Okay, all right. The oath you took yesterday, Mr. Singh, will continue to apply.
That is fine, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, thank you again for your availability and assisting the Commission. Yesterday we traversed a couple of, well, quite a number of issues regarding the MSA, and I want to conclude on that MSA. I was about to go to what is the legal review presented to Eskom by CDH, and that deals specifically with the suspensive conditions, amongst other things that you referred to a couple of times yesterday. But before I do that, Mr. Singh, I want to place on record, Chairperson, the affidavit that I read yesterday of Mr. Pakamani, that matter, Eskom was the applicant, and Mr. Pakamani was an acting group chief executive of the applicant when he deposed to this affidavit. So he was deposing to the affidavit for and on behalf of Eskom. So the requirement for the National Treasury that we read about yesterday is actually Eskom's position. And if Eskom says there was no National Treasury approval, that means the contract was a nullity from inception, which means the contract never came into existence, Mr. Singh. And then it wouldn't matter whether or not the suspensive conditions are fulfilled, because it's neither here nor there. Do you follow that reasoning? Do you follow the reasoning, and then you can comment on what your view is?
Or maybe, Mr. Seleka, maybe there was a contract, but it never came into operation, because for it to get into operation, there were those conditions that needed to be met, and therefore nothing should have been done under it.
Chair, I remember, because the PFMA requirement, it's a legislative requirement.
Yes.
So if that one is not obtained at the beginning, the contract, according to the PFMA, is a nullity. Is void ab initio.
In the end, it might not make much difference whether it was void from the beginning or it did come into being, but did not come into effect.
Yes, well.
And nobody ought to have acted under it in circumstances where the conditions had not been met.
Yes, so the chairperson has the suspensive conditions in mind.
That's what I'm think you are talking about, or is that not so?
Oh yes, okay. I hear what the chairperson is saying.
No, I may have missed something. The approvals, were they not the suspensive conditions?
No.
Or the suspensive conditions were different?
We're clause 3.1.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
No,
then the PFMA
okay.
was clause 22.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Chairperson, I'm sorry to interrupt. I hear what Mr. Seleka says at this point, but with the greatest of respect to him, this is not the issue to be decided here. This is you are here to interrogate, with the greatest of respect, the facts that applied at the time. Whatever position Eskom currently takes ex post facto is a totally different story. My understanding was always that what you need to do is interrogate facts that applied at the time and that people can assist you with and deal with because of their knowledge at that point?
Well, the law as well, because, you know, people are alleged to have entered or done certain things without contracts where they were supposed to do them only if they were contracts. Where you might have some point is the fact that Eskom states a certain factual position doesn't necessarily preclude Mr. Singh from stating the factual position as he understood it. That part, I think that part may be a fair point. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Yes, continue, Mr. Selega.
Yes. So there is that distinction then, because, as I said to you,
As you do so, Mr. Selega, always remember that, as I understand it,
yes,
Mr. Singh is not a lawyer,
yes,
but of course, by virtue of his position, he knows some laws, you know. He knows something about, so I'm just saying, as you deal with
Yes.
it, just bear that in mind
Yes.
that, yeah, okay, all right.
especially the Public Finance Management Act, Mr. Singh.
Yeah.
As the Group Chief Executive Officer, Chief Financial Officer, you should have a working knowledge of that act, because it falls squarely within the purviews of your duties, isn't it?
So, should I write down the question?
No, the act falls within the purviews of your duties, isn't it?
So, so I'm supposed to respond to that question, not the first one. Or
We
you want
will
me
go to
respond
that.
the first one as well?
Yeah.
Okay, now
I'm saying-
Mr. Singh, Mr. Selega is asking you whether you agree that as Chief Financial Officer of Eskom, you would have been expected to have a working knowledge of the PFMA.
Mr. Chair, I would agree with that, but I would qualify that by saying
Yeah.
that I would be expected to have a working knowledge of aspects that are applicable to my specific domain, which
Yeah.
is finance. Hence, I said Section 54(2)B, for example, is capital and procurement, capital projects. Those are things that entail us, that we dealt with almost on a daily basis.
Yeah,
In terms of procurement and all of these other aspects, Mr. Chair, hence we have a very specific function within Eskom as well as Transnet. We have a fully fledged group legal function as well as a compliance function, and they are the ones that are capacitated and accountable in terms of delegation of authority framework to be able to deal with these specific matters. And as Mr. Selega said, Mr. Hadeba's affidavit does refer to certain individuals from those specific functions.
Hey, person,
Yeah.
sorry, Mr. Singh's voice is coming over very softly on this
Yes.
side. Yesterday
Yes.
the sound was quite high, today it's quite low.
okay,
And it's
please,
important that we hear what he says. this time.
please speak up, Mr. Singh. Maybe you could repeat your answer.
So now okay, is that better? Now, okay. So, in terms of the question as it relates to the PFMA being something that I should be particularly familiar with, Mr. Chair, yes, I do concede that it's something that I'm familiar with. I am familiar with the sections of the PFMA that apply to me in my specific daily activities as it relates to the CFO. Broader issues like procurement and other aspects of the PFMA, Mr. Chair, are normally left to the specialists, and those are the group legal functions as well as the legal and compliance functions within both the organizations certainly I work for, which is Eskom and Transnet. They are specifically delegated those functions through the delegation of authority framework.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. But clearly, this requirement for National Treasury approval, the team of which you form part was aware of it. It's clear from the documentation.
Sorry, which documentation makes this clear?
The documentation in the bundles, the steering committee meetings, we can see that you talk about that approval even on the 9th of February 2016.
In the steering committee?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it's Thursday, it's been
Yes.
obtained.
Correct.
So, so it comes back to this point, sir.
Say again?
Okay, carry on. I'm sure you're going to make a point.
Yeah. This is what I want to do, Mr. Singh, Chair, because I don't want to waste time on this matter. If the National Treasury approval wasn't obtained, that's the one clause of the agreement. The agreement then doesn't start off the blocks. In addition to that, you have the suspensive conditions. Those suspensive conditions, if they are not fulfilled, as CDH, and I was about to go to that yesterday, as CDH found in their legal review to Eskom, it only serves as an aggravating factor. But if you say they were fulfilled, as you do in your affidavit of yesterday, it doesn't change the fact that the Treasury approval, because of lack thereof, the agreement could not have come into force. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand totally. So you want me to respond?
Yes, please.
So firstly, Mr. Chair, as I said to you yesterday, or as you correctly say today, I'm not a legal person, but I will give you my view for what it's worth. And also, secondly, Mr. Chair, in terms of correction to Mr. Seleka, as I said yesterday, when he started with this topic, these matters were not within my personal purview at the time. I understood that there was something that was happening, but they were not in my direct interactions on a daily basis. Even if you look at the affidavit that Mr. Koko had, Mr. Hadebe's affidavit that Mr. Seleka had taken us through, it was Mr. Koko that was dealing with this matter relating to the meeting that he had called with Mr. Lahe, with Mr. Mabalani, and with Mr. Governor. So from that perspective, that team was dealing with it. Ultimately, an individual by the name of Mr. Dave Gorey, who was from procurement, engaged with National Treasury to obtain the email that we obtained. Let's just park that there for now, Mr. Chair. So that is the context within which I give my feedback now. So between then and now, I've come across all of this information, which I will now give you my view on. And the reason why I give you my view, Mr. Chair, is because the parliamentary inquiry called on me to provide that. So that is how I come across this information. First point to make, Mr. Chair, is that Mr. Seleka is correct in saying that Mr. Hadebe, in his affidavit, acts on behalf of Eskom and provides a view that Eskom has at this point in time. Similarly, Mr. Chair, when I sit here and I provide an affidavit, I was also an officialist of Eskom at the time. So I provide you a version of the events and the facts that existed at the time. So that was Eskom's view at the time. If it was correct at the time, all well and good. If it is now proven to be incorrect, then it is incorrect. But it's not for me to say whether it was right or wrong, because that's not my, as you said, I'm not a legal person. But all I can tell you now is I knew of the events that occurred leading up to and what the Eskom position was at the time, given the information that we had at the time. So, Mr. Chair, in terms of the National Treasury approval, Mr. Chair, as I said, and maybe we should try and find this email of the 4th of February. Do we have it somewhere in the bundle?
The what?
The email that we received from National Treasury on the 4th of February 2016.
Yes, it's in your affidavit of yesterday.
Did we put it?
You quoted it. I don't know whether you...
Is the email there actually?
Chairperson, it's
Sorry.
indeed in the, an attachment to the affidavit that we
Submitted, yes.
produced yesterday. And maybe it's a good time just to make sure that the affidavit is received as an exhibit, and you can then be referred to specifically to this
What
annexure.
email is that, Mr. Seleka? I'm not sure what
Okay.
the two of you are talking about.
Mr. Chair, it
You
is,
seem to be talking to the two of you between yourselves only.
Mr. Chair, it's the email that Eskom relies on, that Eskom relied on at the time,
And to say what?
to say that it had the required authority to enter into the contract relative
It
to
had the required approvals.
approvals or authority or standing to enter into a risk-based contract. Which is-
Because authority, authority might be something different from approval,
No, hence
Just
I'm
okay.
saying, Mr. Chair.
approvals.
Well, you see, this is where I think there's some level of confusion in my mind if I look at what's happened. Eskom relies, or Mr. Hadebe relies on, I think, practice note 1, okay, which requires an approval for a deviation, which is what I think Mr. Koko testified to in terms of the document he had signed. The email that we refer to, Mr. Chair, is relying, I think, on a different practice note that effectively allows for entities such as Eskom to allow to enter into risk-based contracts without a deviation necessarily having to be sought from National Treasury. So there's two different schools of thought.
Kind of conflicting.
Oh, from what I can see, I think that's what the problem is, Mr. Chair. And one seeks to say, listen, you have this schedule is applicable, and therefore you can enter into this contract. That is the email that we refer to. What Mr. Hadebe relies on is a schedule that effectively says you require to physically apply for a deviation, which in that case you would have to do something. Submit something to them, consider it, and then receive an application, or an approval, or a non-approval. So in my view, I think that's where the issue lies. And I think therefore I'm saying, Mr. Chair, in order for me to demonstrate what the position was at the time when Eskom believed it had the requisite standing, let's call it standing, to enter into the risk-based contract, this email provides that context. So that would be for the issue of whether the PFMA was complied with or not, before we get to the suspensive one.
Yeah, okay.
Annexure AS8 attached to the affidavit of yesterday, just to make it easy, Chairperson.
Mr. Seleka?
Yes. Chair, just before we go there, what Mr. Anoj Singh should explain to you, Mr. Anoj, to the chairperson, is that there was a practice note, as we read yesterday, 2013-2014, of the National Treasury, which only allowed for contracting on a fee basis, not risk-based. And Eskom had adopted that practice note on their policy for procurement. And hence, the internal people were saying, but you need to obtain Treasury approval if you want to deviate from that policy of ours first, because we have adopted that practice note of National Treasury. So that's what Mr. Hadebe says, that's what Mr. Anoj should know.
No,
That is where the turning point is, Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, let me just understand that.
Yes.
National Treasury had issued an instruction note,
Yes.
and it had laid down certain requirements for the appointment of consultants on a fee basis.
Correct, Chair.
And then, but they wanted, that is Eskom, wanted to appoint McKinsey on a risk basis.
Correct, Chair.
So in other words, the instruction note on a fee basis wouldn't be applicable to a risk basis.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes. In the sense that the risk base is not catered for in that instruction.
yes. So, but the instruction note from Treasury was understood
Was-
to deal with the appointments of consultants. And if you were going to, if you wish to appoint consultants, not on a fee basis,
Yes.
but on some other basis, it was understood that nevertheless, you must approach National Treasury
For approval.
for approval.
Yes, because you are deviating from a fee basis appointment,
Yeah,
you now want to do something else
something else,
outside.
yes,
But Eskom had taken a step further. They had adopted that into their policy.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
And
Okay, so in other words, your point is the appointment of consultants, both in terms of the National Treasury instruction and in terms of Eskom policies, was supposed to be on a fee basis.
correct.
And if you wanted to do something different,
Yes,
you needed, if Eskom wanted to do something different, namely appoint consultants on a basis other than a fee basis, they needed to approach National Treasury
yes,
for approval to do it that way,
to deviate. Yes.
to deviate.
Yes.
That's the point.
That's the point, Chair. And you
Yes.
find that explicitly
Yes,
in the affidavit of Mr. Pakamani Khadebe,
okay.
and I've, just for the record,
And is Mr. Singh's position that his understanding was that if Eskom wanted to appoint consultants on a risk basis, Eskom did not need to seek approval for deviation, as you understand it.
yes, he says they relied on that email
Yeah.
for that position.
From somebody at
From somebody at National Treasury.
Oh, is that the email he wanted to?
Correct. That's the email he
Okay.
wants to refer the chairperson.
So far, so good in terms of understanding where you stand, Mr. Singh. Namely, if Eskom wanted to appoint consultants on a basis other than a fee basis, was it your understanding that Eskom did not need to obtain approvals from National Treasury?
Mr. Chair, I think you are summarizing it correctly, but I just need to add one
Yeah.
additional point.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Seleka and I think Mr. Hadebe and Mr. Seleka is following there from, is taking a view of convenience to say practice note was clear-cut and was applicable. So from what I can understand in the documentation that we currently have now, that this was not a clear-cut instruction note that was black and white and was applicable or not. There was some ambiguity as to whether it was applicable or not. Now, yesterday when Mr. Seleka took us through Mr. Hadebe's affidavit, and maybe we should go there. What's it again?
Again, Eskom Bundle 14.
Yep.
14D,
14D.
14D.
Okay.
Yes. Oh. 14 bracket D. She says it's page 1193.
I think it's 1193.
Yeah. Well, I started reading from page 1193, paragraph 78.1.
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, you will see, and the paragraph that I would like you to go to is, so
I'm
page,
sorry, first of all, what are we looking for at page 1193?
so
That's
that's,
what you're talking about.
so this is the affidavit I was talking about, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. But if you move to page 11,
And whose
11,
affidavit is this?
this is Mr. Hadebe's affidavit, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right.
If we move to page 1195, you see paragraph 81 there, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It says there was a meeting that was called on or about 27 October by Mr. Koko.
Yeah.
Okay? And 81.1 basically deals with the people that were there, who are basically Mr. Mamalani, Chief Procurement Officer, Mr. Governor, who was the program director on this, Eskom's then Director of Group Capital, two representatives from Vikas, from McKinsey, being Vikas and Dr. Weiss. And 81.2 deals with Mr. Lehe explaining the hold-up in the conclusion of the Master Services Agreement relating to National Treasury approval, which again relates to this matter of the fixed fee versus the risk-based fee, vis-a-vis the instruction note that Mr. Seleka speaks to that found its way into the policy document. 81.4, Mr. Chair, is what is applicable to us. 81.4 basically states, notwithstanding the fact that Mr. Koko signed the instruction note, signed the Eskom policy that gave effect to the instruction note, he still then in 81.4 states, Mr. Koko stated that his intention was to obtain an external opinion on the matter. Okay? McKinsey also stated that they would provide their own view about whether the remuneration model was in line with National Treasury instructions or not. Okay? And Mr. Chair, from there flows two legal opinions. One was obtained from Advocate Kennedy SC, and another one was obtained from a legal firm, Mazwai and Attorneys. Okay? The Mazwai attorney opinion, I think, was received by McKinsey, and the Kennedy opinion was received by Eskom. Okay? So the Eskom opinion from Kennedy, from Advocate Kennedy, Mr. Chair, indicated that he believed at the time that the instruction note may have been applicable. But he also concedes that there is ambiguity as to whether it's applicable or not. So I think his advice was eventually just, engage with National Treasury to understand what the situation is. By that time, Mazwai had given an opinion, and they categorically said you don't need to get approved. Okay? So there was this ambiguity. So what then happened, Mr. Chair? Subsequent to receiving Advocate Kennedy's opinion as well as Mazwai's opinion, there was then in December, if you recall, Mr. Mabalani issued the letter of acceptance to McKinsey. And in there, Mr. Chair, he actually states the nature of this issue and what Eskom's position was at the time in issuing this letter of acceptance. And if you want to, Mr. Chair, we can take you through, because I think it's important for you to understand the chronology of events in terms of what's transpired on this matter.
Do we have those legal opinions you're talking about in one of the bundles by any chance?
I don't think we incorporated them in the bundles, Chair.
Yeah.
But I know that I think they are annexures, or maybe they form what is it? They call it a record bundle in that High Court application, and we we can have them. They
Yeah.
are available,
Yeah.
but just not incorporated.
No,
in
no,
the
that's,
bundles.
that's fine. Okay, all right. So if they can be, one could see them at
Yes,
some stage.
yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. You, Mr. Singh, you then wanted to, did you want to refer us to the letter of acceptance?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would have
Yes.
liked to. So maybe actually, Mr. Chair, let's just use Mr. Hadebe's affidavit. If we then move to page 1199,
1199, yes.
actually, Mr. Chair,
Does it quote the letter? Looks like it does.
Oh.
87.1.
Mr. Chair, for convenience at this stage, for whatever it's worth, paragraph 84 of Mr. Hadebe's affidavit deals with Advocate Paul Kennedy SC's opinion, and they quote a relevant extract,
Yeah.
if it's helpful for you.
Yeah,
Basically, the opinions are conflicting, Chair.
okay.
Yeah, because one is for Eskom by one of my colleagues, and the other is McKinsey sourcing an opinion from a law firm, and they come to a different conclusion.
Okay,
Mr. Singh, for the purposes of the letter of acceptance, that is in Eskom Bundle 14.
I was just going to use Mr. Hadebe's affidavit.
Will you use that?
Yeah, because it's actually quoted.
Yeah. But I think the chairperson might want to.
Yeah, what
cite
is
the
the
letter.
page?
Page 811.111. But now, Chair, that's a different Eskom bundle.
Oh,
That's C.
okay, for what it's worth,
Yeah,
let's
that's
just
C.
have the acceptance letter.
Eight 811.111. And Chair, as you look at it, we did obtain a copy signed by McKinsey.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, but the contents are the same.
I'm not sure I understand the paragraph in the letter of acceptance that
Indeed,
talks
sir.
about a condition.
Indeed.
It says it is a condition of the acceptance that Eskom considered opinion of the National Treasury instruction will hold throughout the life of the contract. I don't know what Mr. Mabelane was trying to say there.
That's in
And
the
then the
language.
next sentence says, in an unlikely eventuality that the said opinion is conclusively altered, the parties hereby agree to review the contract payment basis to reflect the revised opinion. I can't make head or tail what he's trying to say.
Mr. Chair, I also have not, as I said, I was not party to this
Yeah.
drafting of this. All I can say is this is what the position was at the time.
Yes.
17 December, based on these two documents,
But you have got, how can you say this is what the position was at the time if you don't know what it says the position is?
well, Mr. Chair, as I said, I qualified by saying I was not party to it, but if you want me to give you my view, I will tell you what existed at the time.
Or what you understood it to be. Yeah, tell me what you understood it to mean.
Well, Mr. Chair, at the time, as I said, I was not party to it, so I didn't know what it meant at the time.
Oh, okay,
So-
well, it doesn't help then. Well, maybe he just formulated this paragraph inelegantly, but I can't tell what he is trying to say.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to help you. Because I am equally lost by the paragraph. But as I said yesterday, Mr. Koko cut a long story short.
Yeah.
Mr. Singh.
But, Mr. Chair, before we go,
Hang on, Mr. Singh, let Mr. Seleka finish.
Yeah, he cut the long story short. And I think he appreciated the fact that the conclusion of this agreement required National Treasury approval.
Yeah,
And he didn't have it.
Yeah,
And
and that was it.
he said so much here
Yeah, no,
that
he
it was wrong to conclude this agreement.
yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Koko.
no, that's fine, but you're asking for my views, I'm giving you my views.
But you don't have a view.
No, I have,
You don't have a view.
I have a view, I'm telling you my view. At the time, Mr. Chair,
You didn't have a view then,
no, sir,
but you have a view now.
based on the information that I see, yes, Mr.
Yeah, is your view about what this paragraph means, or is it something else?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm taking you through the relevant information that existed, and I'm
Yeah.
bringing you to a point. That is one of the how can I say, pertinent facts that that you need to be aware of, that existed at the time, in that Mr. Mabalani issued this letter with that condition.
What is that? Yeah, tell me.
Mr. Chair, the paragraph you just read in the letter of acceptance. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So if we then move on, Mr. Chair,
Wait, the chair doesn't follow you. He's referring to that paragraph, Chair, which you just read, which we cannot understand.
Yeah, no, I've read that paragraph. I don't understand what it means. I thought that you wanted to tell me what you think it means.
oh, okay. So, Mr. Chair, I can attempt to tell you what I think it means now. If you look at, if we go back to 83.1, Mr. Chair,
What page?
page 1197,
1197 of
the
That's
same,
Bundle D. That is
14D.
14D.
Yeah, that is of Eskom bundle 14D. And page 1197.
yes.
Okay, yeah,
So we're at paragraph 83.1.
yeah,
So there you see, Mr. Chair, on paragraph 83, it says, on 3 December, Mr. Benedict Piri, McKinsey's Associate General Counsel, who is the head of legal, I would assume, sent an email to Mr. Governor of Eskom, and the correspondent read as follows. In essence, they were seeking for Eskom to, appealing to Eskom's bravery. And they also concede that this is a gray area in terms of the applicability of this instruction note. And this is where I try and, Mr. Chair, refer the Commission to two different instructing documents. So Mr. Seleka refers to a practice note of 2013-2014, instruction note 1, am I correct? And if you then have regard for I was still explaining why this thing was there, sorry, Chair. So McKinsey also understands that this is a gray area, Mr. Chair. Now this is after they have obtained the Mazwai opinion, okay, that says the instruction note is now applicable, okay?
But let's try and shorten this if we can. Is your position that you can't say whether or not the conclusion of this agreement was legal or was lawful?
Mr. Chair.
Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, if you give me 3 minutes of maximum,
Yeah.
I will try and conclude this matter.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So my first contention, Mr. Chair, is that we are comparing two different instruction notes. 2003, instruction note 1, which is what Mr. Hadebe and Mr. Seleka relies on, and to an extent now Mr. Koko. But if you move to, one second, Mr. Chair. If you move to paragraph 19 of, so page 1202,
you said.
paragraph 90.2, on page 1202,
I'm sorry, what paragraph?
90.2.
Okay, I've got it.
So you see there, Mr. Chair, it says on 4 February 2016, Mr. Chetifango responded stating that
Yes.
it says, practice note 3 of 2003 is still applicable until replaced with a new instruction after the promulgation of new treasury regulations. The retainer contingency principles are not clearly outlined in the practice note. If you intend applying them, you need to do some further work to ensure that they do not compromise the principles of 217 and other legislation. Now, this is the email I was referring to earlier, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chetifango, Mr. Chair, albeit that Mr. Hadebe basically downplays his capacity, he's the Chief Director in National Treasury, responsible for governance and monitoring.
Well, before you proceed, you have the quotation in 90.2. What do you understand it to mean?
Mr. Chair, firstly, it tells us that there are two different documents that are actually being used. Mr. Hadebe relies on practice note 1 of 2013. This basically refers to practice note 3 of 2003. And it says, it is still applicable until replaced with a new instruction after promulgation of the new treasury regulations.
The practice note 3 of 2003, is that the one that is that the one relating to the appointment of consultants on a fee basis?
So, Mr. Chair, the practice note that Mr. Hadebe and Mr. Seleka relied is practice note 1 of 2013/40. Okay? This is practice note 3 of 2013, which obviously precedes this instruction note that they refer to. This says that 2003, practice note 2003 is still applicable, and you can still remunerate on a risk basis, given you do some stuff. So my first point is, Mr. Chair, is that we are comparing two different, how can I say, enabling or governing documents. So I'm trying to say that at the date when all of this was transpiring, vis-a-vis the actual agreement, this is what National Treasury's view was at the time.
Yes, but I go back to my question. You remember I said in 3 minutes' time you would have made the point. Is your position that you are not able to say whether the conclusion of this agreement without the approvals in terms of the PFMA was lawful or not?
Mr. Chair, in my view, given this email from National Treasury, I believe that Eskom had the required standing to enter into the applicable contract on the applicable basis. Because it is clear that the instruction note is applicable until replaced. And Mr. Chair, at the time, Mr. Chitifango would have been fully aware of the instruction note that Mr. Seleka refers to, because he would have been the person that issued the instruction. It wouldn't have come from anybody else.
So your position is that, as far as you are concerned, it was lawful, it was proper,
Based on this
based
email,
on this, yeah.
email from
Okay, all right. Mr. Seleka?
Thank you, Chair. And what Mr. Singh should have read to you, Chair, is the page before,
Yeah,
which is page 12,
yeah.
or 1, paragraph 90. Because they're seeking this thing after they have purported to conclude the agreement. Paragraph 90 says, after the master service agreement was signed, and if you take the allegation that it was concluded in January 2016, Eskom made some attempt to engage with the National Treasury, although no approval was ever secured. Now,
I'm sorry, did you say paragraph 90?
90, yeah, 90.
Oh,
Yes. Because, Chair, remember, as you read,
yes. I think the point you make
yes,
when you refer to this, maybe saying, but here it is said that no approval was secured.
yes.
But I understand his
Oh.
point to be
Sorry,
different.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, just before that. That after they signed the agreement, and I should add, purported to conclude the agreement, they then sought, they took this step.
Yeah,
But the contract requires them to do the step before they conclude the agreement.
no, I appreciate that.
Okay.
I'm saying my understanding of what Mr. Singh's view
Yes,
is that he is saying
yes,
you can say whatever you want to say about approvals.
yes,
Here is an email from National Treasury,
yes,
and his understanding of that email is the agreement could be concluded. I think that's his point. So that he says whoever sent the email would have known about whatever requirements. He
Yes.
sent the email.
yes.
As far as Mr. Singh is concerned, everything was proper then.
Now, I understand this
And
position.
Mr. Chair, in response to Mr. I agree with you, Mr. Chair, in terms of your proposition.
Articulation of, not my proposal, in
sorry.
terms of what you are saying.
Yes, in terms of what I am saying. But
Yeah.
in addition to that, Mr. Chair, the reason for me to highlight to you the condition in the letter of acceptance is particularly for this reason.
Yeah,
It's because Eskom concluded the letter of acceptance with the view that the National Treasury instruction note was not applicable. The instruction note that Mr. Hadebe and Mr. Seleka relies on. Therefore, that condition found its way there, as ambiguous as it is. So that empowered them to sign on the basis that it was not applicable. To confirm that it was not applicable, they then engaged with Treasury through this process that resulted in Mr. Chief Kifango's response. And that is the position that I take relating to this matter.
yeah, okay.
Okay,
Mr. Seleka.
we can move on. That's Eskom. Mr. Hadebe's position is Eskom's position.
Well, Mr. Chair, I was Eskom at the time as well, at some point as well.
Yeah. But we take note of the fact that you are
So give me a
relying.
contract and I'll go back to Eskom, then I'll give you my official.
Say again?
What, do you want to go back to Eskom?
I was saying to you, if I go back to Eskom, then I can give you an official position as well.
Yeah. But yes, no, Mr. Singh, but you have said to the chairperson, you didn't know these things at the time. So you're relying on them now as you see them.
But you are now asking me a question, I'm responding to you.
Yeah. Why did you terminate this agreement, by the way?
Sorry, sir.
The MSA, why did you terminate it? The MSA was meant to be for 3 years. Ms. Goodson, when she starts at Trillion, she's told by Mr. Angel, Clive
Sorry,
Angel.
I was having a sip of water, sorry, can you repeat?
Okay. I was asking you, why did you terminate this MSA, by the way? Because it was meant to be for 3 years. You terminated it hardly 6 months into it. Meant to be for 3 years, Ms. Goodson said...
Is that hardly 6 months from January 2016 or from October 2016 or from June 2016?
That's correct, Chair. That's because Mr. Singh's version has changed. You know it has evolved over time, Mr. Singh. Your affidavit says January 2016 is the conclusion. Yesterday you were adamant it's 31 March 2016 the conclusion. I don't know on what basis. And then we have Mr. Dr. Weiss saying he only signed in October 2016. But assuming this contract was in place and you purport to terminate it in June 2016, why did you terminate it? Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
firstly,
Let me just understand, when you say why did you terminate, is that you as in Mr. Singh or you as in Eskom?
Well, I think
He made it.
No,
He will clarify. Okay.
let me
Mr. Singh,
clarify, Chair.
your answer will clarify. We'll see whether you say, why are you asking me? I didn't terminate anything, or whether you say, yes, I terminated.
I think Mr. Singh knows.
Mr. Singh?
They made a submission to the BTC with reasons to terminate. So at least that you know, Mr. Singh.
so hence I was going to clarify, Mr. Chair. It's technically correct is to say that I did not terminate.
You did not
terminate the agreement.
terminate the agreement.
I was not the delegated authority to terminate the agreement. The original decision to enter into the agreement was taken by the board tender committee. So the decision to terminate or otherwise was sent back to the board tender committee, and the board tender committee made its conclusion. Mr. Chair, I think first before we go there, I want to clarify that I'm not too sure where Mr. Seleka gets the changing of my version.
Your voice goes down.
I'm saying I want to clarify that I'm not too sure where Mr. Seleka finds that my versions have been changed. Because if
And
you
he
go...
said your affidavit said the contract was concluded in January. And then he said yesterday, you said at least, 31 March. That's how he sought to back up what he was saying.
Yes, but
Chairperson, sorry to interrupt. This is not what Mr. Singh said yesterday. He never stated categorically that it was terminated by the 31st of March. So to put that proposition,
Not terminated, concluded.
or concluded, he never said that. It's not what he said, and my learned friend should refrain from putting statements to him that's incorrect.
Well, Mr. Singh can correct him, can say, I didn't say that. That will be,
hence, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Chair.
yes, you did not say
I
that.
did not say that, and he knows that. I said in the steering committee meeting of, I think it was the second steering committee, there was a slide there that said by the 31st of March, a contract should be concluded, the contract should be signed. So I said between 31 March and 28 June, at some point in time, this contract was then signed, based on the Eskom version of the facts that were there.
Of course, Mr. Singh, you have to tell the truth, whatever the truth is. Okay. If you were able to say, if having initially said in your affidavit, the contract was concluded in January 2016, and later on you said it was concluded in on the 31st of March 2016. If that is what you said, that version might look in a certain way. The version you're putting now is, or the version now seems to be, yes, in the affidavit I said it was concluded in January 2016. But right now I don't know exactly when it was concluded, somewhere between beginning of 2016 and mid 2016, somewhere there. Am I right?
Well, Mr. Chair, I have a problem with it.
Yes.
Because when I'm requested to comment on a document, and they say, here's a document, what do you have to say about it? So I tell you, based on what I know.
No, I accept
No,
that.
but let me finish, Chair.
Yes.
Then I get Dr. Weiss that comes in December that says, no, this thing was now concluded in October. Now, I never knew that before that. As I testified, the first time that I came to know that this contract was not signed at any point was when Dr. Weiss declared that.
Yeah.
So
No.
and even when I come here and I say to you, the first thing is, these are not things that were within my purview. They were not within my personal knowledge. However, if you want me to go through them, I will go through them with the information that I have before me, based on what I have seen thus far. If you bring another piece of information to me tomorrow
Yeah, might
that
change.
indicates otherwise, then
Yeah.
I concede to the position that I have.
No, I
So it's
understand.
not evolving on the basis that I am being.
It's the
instructed
changing
or-
information.
It's changing information.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I don't need to belabor the point, but Mr. Singh, you don't need the version of Dr. Weiss to tell the chairperson when, according to your knowledge, the agreement was concluded. Because even with Dr. Weiss's affidavit, you have said it was signed in January 2016. Yesterday, you said because of Dr. Weiss's letter of 28 June, then this agreement must have been signed between March and June 2016.
But Mr. Chair, again, it's coming back to this point of what information is, as I said to you, Mr. When I came in, the first time I came here and I was presented with this, I think Mr. Seleka asked, when was this thing signed? Right? And I said, I don't know when this thing was signed, because the first time that I heard of the fact that this thing was not signed was when Dr. Weiss was testifying.
Well,
So,
isn't the fair point to be made, Mr. Singh, one I think you made yesterday, that you have no personal knowledge of when Mr. Mabalane signed?
That's correct.
Yeah, so you have to look at what information is placed there. You were not there when he signed, so you can't say that's the date when he signed.
And hence, Mr. Chair, I take exception to the fact that Mr. Seleka says that my version is constantly changing.
Yeah,
My version is constantly changing because of the information that's placed before.
yeah.
It's
When
not-
the information changes, you look at it and see how it affects what you said.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, no,
otherwise
that's-
I'm going to sit here and I'm going to say to you, oh no, it's still signed in January. Yet there's a letter that says it's still in draft.
No, I think, Mr. Singh, the important thing is you did say you have no personal knowledge when it was signed. So the person who can tell us when actually he signed is Mr. Mabalane.
That is correct.
And Dr. Weiss has said in his affidavit when he signed.
Yeah.
We don't have an affidavit from Mr. Mabalane, Mr. Seleka,
We have one
about
which,
when he signed.
no, we're getting one from him, Chair.
Yeah.
There's one on the issues, but he doesn't deal
Deal
with
with
this
it.
particular issue.
Yeah.
So we have approached him to address this issue and
Yeah.
other issues.
Yeah, okay, all right. No, that's fine. I think let's move on.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Singh, you didn't mention the reasons why the termination was made.
Well, Mr. Chair, in I think it was the third steering committee meeting related to the Master Services Agreement, as I said yesterday, it was a closed session that was called. relating, sorry,
Raise your voice again.
there was a closed session that was called to discuss the issue of the MSA. And there were the issues relating to the letter that we had discussed yesterday, the 19th of February letter, that we were still considering. And at that stage, there were also, that coincided with that, Mr. Chair, there was a significant amount of focus that National Treasury had started placing on what they call sole source contracts. And sole source basically means contracts that are placed without an open tender. And there was additional guidance, there was additional reporting requirements, there was additional factors to be considered, and so on. So with all of those matters, even, Mr. Chair, the issue of the contract value at that stage also became a little bit more apparent. Because being a risk-based contract, I don't think this contract actually had a value that anyone understood. And I think Ms. Woodson or Ms. Mosila, I think, alluded to the fact that, you know, this contract could be as big as 10 billion or 12 billion or whatever the number was. So all of those factors, Mr. Chair.
It ultimately became 1.6 billion.
Sorry?
It ultimately became 1.6 billion.
No, Mr. Chair, what I'm talking about is the potential, had it lasted 3 years, would have basically gone to at least 10 or 12 billion in terms of the risk-sharing model, and obviously if the benefits had been realized. Given all of these changes, as well as I think Mr. Bamalani at the time added an additional concern that was raised by the external auditors relating to the, I think it was the corporate plan contract or even this contract, I'm not sure, I think it may have been referring to this contract, that they had raised concerns regarding the validity of the contract in terms of it potentially being considered irregular expenditure. So all of those issues, and more particularly, I think the concerns raised by the external audit, were factored into the decision, and a recommendation was made to the board tender committee to consider its cancellation.
Well, that was a long answer. Is it not possible for you to say the reasons why the contract was terminated were A, B, C?
Okay, Mr. Chair, it was A, the issue of the 19th of February letter that was discussed.
Hang on. What about it? That there had been no compliance or what?
Mr. Chair, there was, as I said yesterday, there was pretty much compliance in terms of the way that they had responded to the letter. But I don't think it
you said that they didn't comply completely at some stage, you said so.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, it was more around the substance of the whole program. Because when I received this steering committee mandate, the concerns relating to the 19th of February letter was relating to the program that I had inherited in terms of the steer committee.
Maybe let me ask the question this way so we can eliminate something. Was any of the reasons, assuming there were two or more reasons, assuming there were two or more reasons for the termination, was there any reason that was based, that related to what McKinsey had done wrong?
No.
Nothing?
No.
It was just Eskom's own decision based on certain reasons?
Yes.
Okay, what were they? Yeah.
So basically it was, Mr. Chair, if we had to put them in order of importance.
Yeah.
The first one was the external auditor's view. The external audit view
Yeah.
on the contract itself.
On the program?
On the program.
Yeah.
In terms of the contract.
Yes.
And its validity and so on. Because if they had an issue with it, Mr. Chair, it would ultimately be flagged as irregular expenditure in terms of the PFMA.
Okay, the external auditors had a view which indicated that there was a risk that they would flag it as an irregularity. Okay, irregular. Yeah, okay, that was one.
That was one. And that flowed, Mr. Chair, from the increased focus that National Treasury was placing on sole source contracts.
Okay.
right? Which either, so they were doing it in two ways. They were doing it firstly in terms of strengthening the processes and procedures and grounds on which you could actually do sole sources into the future.
Yes.
But
So
they
National Treasury was questioning whether there was justification for concluding this contract on a sole source basis.
No, not particularly this one.
Oh, just in general.
They were issuing guidance and directives.
general.
In general.
Okay.
That was both backward looking and forward looking. So the forward looking stuff was to say, listen, we want to strengthen this sole source thing because we think it's an area that's being abused. So now instead of just complying with 2 requirements, you now need to comply with 10. Okay? And the backward-looking stuff was to say, listen, we may understand that you've entered into contracts before on sole source basis. Can you give us a report on these on a periodic basis? So there was another level of monitoring that was now happening. So those 2 were the primary reasons.
Okay. That is the risk that the external auditors could flag it as a irregular expenditure.
Irregular expenditure.
2, the requirements placed by National Treasury on the use of sole source contracts, both in terms of forward-looking,
as well as
the kinds of things that they wanted Eskom to
comply
or
with.
comply with, and as far as backward-looking, as far as things
Monitoring.
that they wanted to get reports on.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
And
Mr.
then, Mr. Chair, obviously the value of the contract,
Yes,
given those 2 issues,
yes.
also became a problem.
Okay.
Because-
At that stage, was the value known,
Well, Mr. Chair, given these how can I call it?
requirements?
These developments, then we then had to have an answer in terms of what was this value. Or certainly I didn't know the value at the time. So then the value was then we had, then a calculation was done and then I had an understanding what the value was. And it was in the region of the 10 or 12 billion that has already been
Over
testified
3 years.
over the 3-year period.
Yes.
Given that value with the 2 initial concerns that I raised, it was a bit concerning that we were now entering into this type of contract with those with this significant exposure, given the reporting requirements and the potential irregular expenditure that this thing could lead to. So those were the primary. And as a last one, I think we then discussed the issue of the responses that McKinsey had given us, but not in the context of whether McKinsey complied or not. Because as I said yesterday, in principle, they complied with all. They said yes to everything. Right? The discussion was more around how do we actually, if we have an objective of creating top engineers, and if we have an objective of creating empowering consulting or empowered consulting companies, what is the best way to do that? Is it actually to do, a massive contract with one company, or is it better to actually give it to a number of, select 5, or 6, or 7, or whatever the number is, and then try and, get a broader based type of implementation plan for economic empowerment, rather than having, let's say, 1. So that was more the decision. The discussions surrounded more the how can I say, not the, as I said, it was not about McKinsey whether they complied or not. It was more about how does Eskom actually see it actually playing a role in achieving those 2 objectives, whether it be through one big bang approach or whether it be through smaller initiatives.
But as with regard to compliance, while on the one hand you did say yesterday, by virtue of McKinsey's response to your letter of the 19th Feb,
Yes,
you took the view, or Eskom took the view, that they were complying or they had complied. But you did say that later you were not satisfied, or Eskom was not satisfied about at least, I think, one requirement, if I'm not mistaken.
No, no, Mr. Chair. My feedback to the Commission was, in principle, they had complied in the response to the letter.
Yeah,
But at a subsequent steer call, we had a discussion relating to the letter
yes.
and the elements of the letter,
yes.
which is my
Elements of their response or
of
your
their
letter.
response.
Yes,
And this is the meeting that I was referring to,
yes,
where we discussed the broader aspects
Yeah.
of how implementation of a program of this nature should be considered,
yes.
given the current environment
Yes.
that we're finding ourselves in.
Yes,
So that was discussed, not the actual compliance or non-compliance of the
yeah,
issues that were listed.
yeah,
Mr. Seleka raised the point that because the BEE question of my letter
had not been
had
finalized.
not been finalized,
Yes,
he then says that could have never been finalized.
yes.
So-
I thought you agreed at some stage with him that that part, namely the issue of SDL,
Yes, sir.
because McKinsey never concluded any agreement with a subcontractor in terms of SDL, then there was no compliance in that regard. But you were saying when Mr. Mabelane signed, you don't know what discussion may have arisen with regard to
Yes.
that,
Yes.
which may have led to him to sign.
Yes.
But you had no personal knowledge yourself that the SDL requirement was met.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chair, that's correct.
Yes.
But the chairperson is also correct in regard to the former part, which is even after they had sent you a response to you, Mr. Singh, later you met at the steering committee and you were not satisfied that they have met all your requests. You did say that yesterday.
Mr. Chair, let's understand this issue of the 19th of, as you said yesterday, the 19th of February letter
Yeah.
is going to be an infamous one. I understand Mr. Seleka's point of view in terms of focusing on the 19th of February. But Mr. Chair, and again, it is a point that the board tender committee delegated to the group executive technology and commercial.
No, but Chair, can I ask
No, no,
Mr.
no,
Singh?
no, let me
Mr.
finish.
Singh,
Hang on, Mr. Singh. Mr. Seleka thinks you might not be going towards responding to his question.
No, I'm
I just
going to
want
respond
to
to his
understand. Yes, Mr. Seleka.
Chairperson, we have put to Mr. Singh what we remember he said yesterday.
Yes.
He needs to say, yes, that's what I said,
it,
or that's
no,
not what I
don't.
said.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Do you
that's
want to
not what I said.
repeat the question?
That's not what I said.
Chairperson,
Hang on 1 second. Just repeat the question and then you answer,
Yes.
Mr.
What we remember Mr. Singh saying is that they did respond to him. He wrote a letter with those bullet points that the signing of the proposed agreement is contingent upon the successful response to this. They responded, and you said, however, after the response, you had a steering committee, and you were not satisfied that they have successfully satisfied all your requests. That's what you said. And then I said, well, that's the one part, Mr. Singh. The last part is what the chairperson said to you. Then I went further to say, I can even tell you there's one in particular which was not satisfied. And that was the SDL.
Mr. Chair, that's not what I said.
Hang on, Mr.
Yeah.
Singh. You said your question seeks to get confirmation from him or agreement whether he said something or not. What is it that you want
Correct,
to
which is,
confirm?
Chair, that even after they had received the responses from McKinsey, in a subsequent meeting of steering committee, the steering committee was not completely satisfied that they have answered all the requests.
Did you say that yesterday, Mr. Singh?
Mr. Chair, I would ask for Mr. Seleka to clarify what he's actually asking. In what he asked me 2 minutes ago and what he's asked me now, there's a difference.
Just focus on the last one. He says he understood you to say yesterday, although when you had looked at McKinsey's response to your letter, you had thought that McKinsey had satisfied the requirements.
Yes, sir.
Subsequently, in a meeting, I think you said it of the steering committee,
Yes.
in a subsequent meeting of the steering committee, the matter was discussed and you, that is the committee, I think, was not satisfied that McKinsey had satisfied all the requirements. So he wants you to confirm whether his recollection of what you said is correct or not.
Yes.
So it is correct to the extent that I was clarifying yesterday even the context within which this steering committee discussion was happening. And I've clarified today because you've allowed me the opportunity to clarify.
No, that's fine. At least that's clarified,
Yes.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take the
Shall we take the...
tea break. I don't know whether the pace is fine. I have a feeling the pace is not as good as it should be, but you know better because you
Yes.
in terms of what still needs to be dealt with in terms of Tegeta. But
Yes, Chair.
in the end, we seek to strike a balance between doing justice to the issues and not being too slow. So, but let's take the tea break, and then when we resume, if there is still something to finalize on the MSA, you'll do so. But we do need to get to Tegeta as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 20 past. We'll take the tea adjournment. We'll resume at 25 to 12.
Thank you.
We adjourn.
unhappy with McKinsey's view. As Dr. Weiss has testified, we requested that they provide us alternatives in terms of being able to onboard a new supply development partner.
Face the chairperson. Yeah. Did you hear, Chair?
I did.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, that's fine. Recall again that that letter of the 19th of February specifically mentioned the BEE partner in brackets Regiments Group. And in response to that letter, McKinsey indicated that they will not subcontract with Regiments, but they will consider Trillion, which was at the time under review. Is there a reason why? Well, I know you dealt with, I think you were explaining the reason why you specified Regiments yesterday. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, I don't know. I was not trying to specify. All I was trying to do yesterday was to reference to the fact that the opening paragraph refers to the Regiments Group, and then the second sentence in the paragraph relates to incorporating or ultimately moving over to Trillion.
Yes, but not those paragraphs. I'm talking about your requests to Trillion. To McKinsey. Number 4 was about the development of a BEE partner, bracket Regiments Group, close bracket, as regards the vision aspirations. Yes. Remember that?
Yeah, that's I'm responding to that, sir.
Okay.
I'm saying I cannot remember why Regiments Group was put into paragraph 4 specifically.
You can't remember. Okay.
But I did comment on the fact that the opening paragraph, the first 2 sentences of the opening paragraphs of the letter refers to Regiments Group and then ultimately transitioning to Trillion. I think that's what the letter says.
Yes, correct, the opening statement. I'm just dealing with a slightly different matter. And let me go further on that, because when I read the affidavit of Dr. Weiss and Mr. Amankua, I see something to the effect, and I want you to comment on that you would have been the one who introduced or suggested to McKinsey to subcontract Regiments. Firstly, when you were at Transnet, and secondly, when they were at Eskom. I'm going to read to you. You can go to, Chair, we can go to the affidavit of, firstly, Mr. Amankua, Eskom Bundle 14, bracket C. Bracket C, page 702.210. Assist Mr. Singh there.
What's the page?
702.210.
702.210.
Correct, Chair. Paragraph 19.1.
19.1.
Yes. You have it there, Mr. Singh?
Sorry, I do.
19.1. Mr. Amankwa. When the above described issues and conflict developed with Letsema, are you there? McKinsey began looking for a new supplier development partner for its work at Transnet. In discussing potential alternatives to Letsema, Mr. Singh of Transnet noted the fact that Regiments had performed well for Transnet in past work that Regiments had done for Transnet treasury function. Regiments' prior work with Transnet was documented at the time in the company profile that was given to McKinsey, as well as in proposals submitted by McKinsey and Regiments to Transnet. Do you have a comment on this? Mr. Singh?
Sorry, Chair.
Do you have a comment on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to think what's the best way to respond to this thing. Mr. Chair, Mr. Amankua's version of events is very far from reality. As I had no such interactions with suggesting regiments as a subcontractor to McKinsey at any time. Actually, to be quite honest, Mr. Chair, the transcripts of Dr. Fine goes into great detail as to how regiments actually ended up being a subcontractor of McKinsey. And if you want to go there, we can go there. I think we should go there.
No, it's fine.
No, we
That's
should go
your
there.
response
No, I think I want to go there because this is an
to
issue
Dr.
that,
Fine's transcripts.
or his affidavit, because I'm sure he's covering it in his affidavit as well.
Oh, we don't have it here.
Mr. Chair, this is going to be a
what did you say Dr. Fine's affidavit or evidence says?
Mr. Chair, Dr. Fine basically goes through a process of explaining how regiments was introduced to
Eskom, McKinsey.
to McKinsey,
Yeah,
because Mr. Amankua's allegation is that I suggested to McKinsey that they should use regiments.
yes, okay.
Okay? So firstly, I'm saying Mr. Amankua's allegation is not based in fact. He doesn't support this allegation with any piece of paper. Secondly, I'm saying that both Dr. Fine and Dr. Weiss go through some level of detail in terms of how regiments became a subcontractor of.
I think I've seen something along those lines
Yes.
in one of the affidavits.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was part of the money stream. Dr. Weiss, Dr. Fine, and Mizala were on the same day.
Yeah, Dr. Weiss' affidavit, do we have? We had it
Yes.
yesterday.
Yes, we do have it, Chair.
Yeah,
I also have a,
yeah, can we go to where
Before we
he
go there,
does so? Can we go where Dr. Weiss gives a background of how regiments was introduced to McKinsey?
yes.
If everyone's understanding is that he does do that.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm on that page, Chair.
Oh, okay, maybe you can
Page.
read it. Oh, page, yeah?
Yes, I need us to go there because I have another question.
Yeah.
No, so I haven't finished with this one.
Yes, but let's go there. You will continue. Let's go to that page where Dr. Weiss deals with how regiments was introduced to McKinsey. Because you said Dr. Fine or Dr. Weiss, Mr. Singh, is that right? You said both of them deal at length with how regiments got to work with McKinsey.
I think Dr. Weiss does deal with some of the aspects relating to Transnet,
Yes,
and then Dr. Fine deals with it in greater detail.
yes. Is it fine if we go to whichever one of them, or you want us to go to both?
Mr. Chair, I think for present purposes, maybe the one for Dr. Fine is probably better.
Okay, all right. Do we have Dr. Fine's affidavit?
Not that one, Chair.
Yeah.
Not in the bundles.
Okay.
Yes.
Not in any of the bundles that you have,
No.
but it can be found somewhere, or we don't have it at all?
No, we can find it.
Okay,
We can
maybe it
find
can
it.
be found for later then.
Yes. No,
Yeah,
we can
we'll
find
come
it.
back to it.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, yes, continue, Mr. Singh.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, I think in one of my affidavits, I attach a letter that, and again, Mr. Chair, forgive us, but we're responding to a matter that relates to Transnet now. Because this is where he's alleging this happened. And the letter that I sent to McKinsey clearly states, and I think it's a 19th of June letter, 20-something. And I think it's in one of our affidavits.
So you would have sent it while you were still at Transnet?
At Transnet.
Yes, okay.
And it clearly states that Transnet accepts regiments as a subcontractor to one of the contracts, I think it was a transaction advisor contract that we had awarded to them, based on Regiment's recommendations of Regiments as a subcontractor.
Okay, do you remember where we can find your letter?
That, we can just check for, and in one of my affidavits we've got this.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
If it's not found now, we can come back to it later
Right.
when
Yes.
somebody has found it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll find it, Mr.
Let's
Singh.
continue in the meantime. We'll come back to it once somebody has found it.
Yeah. But if you read this affidavit of Mr. Amankwa, Mr. Singh, is that not after the fact? Because when you read the affidavit, there seems to be a proposal by you that regiments should be McKinsey subcontractor, and then a document is provided to them. He says, regiment's prior work with Transnet was documented at the time in the company profile that was given to McKinsey. And I don't know. And then as a result of that, they would then put a proposal to Transnet. I printed the picture, you can comment on it. Then they would put the proposal to Transnet with Regiment as the proposed subcontract. Then you write that letter. Is that not how it happened?
Mr. Chair, I think maybe we should introduce into the records the money flow session that will clarify these questions. The presentation that Mr. Amankwa is referring to, I can only believe, relates to the presentation that was provided to Mr. Sega, that then provided it to McKinsey. And Mr. Sega would have received that from Regiments. Why that is being associated with me in any way, shape, or form, I do not understand. Yet the money flow work stream has led evidence and has received the exact feedback that I just gave you through an evidence leader of your own.
Okay, let's go to Dr. Weiss's affidavit. In the same bundle, page 693.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just before we move off this, Mr. Amankwa's affidavit. If you look at paragraph 19.3, as noted by Dr. Fine in his testimony before Parliament, McKinsey conducted a basic due diligence of regiments prior to working with them in Transnet. Now, if you compare that to Dr. Weiss's testimony and his transcripts and Dr. Fine's testimony and transcripts, you'd find that I don't think they said that they did a basic due diligence.
They did.
I'm saying you will find that I don't think they will concur that a basic due diligence on regiments was done, as alluded to by Mr. Amankwa in paragraph 19.3.
Okay.
Can I move on?
You can?
Okay. Dr. Weiss's affidavit, page 693. 693. Paragraph 44. You there, Chairperson?
Yes.
Yes, paragraph 44, this is Dr. Vass's affidavit. He says, I understand from my McKinsey colleagues that Mr. Singh had spoken positively about engaging regiments at Eskom based on his experience with their work at Transnet. He then goes on to say it was not unusual, in my experience, for executives to develop opinions on particular firms based on the work they did, and to seek to engage firms that had performed well for subsequent projects. So there again, seems to be the same theme that you spoke well about, or positively, about engaging regiments.
Mr. Chair, again, I'm not too sure what really turns on this, but at the end of the day, Mr. Chair, I spoke positively of all and any firms that engaged with me that actually did well. So if it was Regiments or Letsema or PwC or Deloitte or JP Morgan or whoever, if they set out to do what they were asked to do and they did it properly, then yes, if there's a recommendation to be made, a recommendation will be made. And as Mr. Vice actually concedes, he didn't see any issues with it because it is a normal thing to happen. Did I say this with a specific intention of them engaging Regiments or Trillion as a subcontractor? No. They of their own, Dr. Weiss and Dr. Fine. Dr. Fine asserts to their credentials at Transnet. Dr. Weiss relies on those credentials that they had obtained at Transnet to engage with them in Eskom. So, Mr. Chair, on their own version, on McKinsey's own version, they were the ones that decided who came across. I did not in any way, shape, or form influence anybody to do anything at any stage.
So you were familiar with regiments from your Transnet days?
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with Dr. Eric Root?
Yes.
That was quite.
Sorry, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
You were familiar with Mr. Salim Essa?
Not as it relates to Regiments, no.
Not?
Not as it relates to any relations that he may or may not have had with Regiments.
So in what relation were you familiar with?
Mr. Chair, as I testified before the Commission under the Transnet work stream, I had occasion to meet Mr. Essa once or twice. But that was...
While you were at Transnet?
Yes, while I was.
Okay. So do you remember which year was that?
I think, Mr. Chair, you asked me that question
Last
last time. And I said to you I would be guessing if I knew, but I think I gave you a date.
Okay, well, I can't remember.
Yeah, I think if memory serves, I think I gave you a date of 2012 or 2013.
Okay, okay. So between 2012, 2013 or thereabouts, until you left Transnet, you had met him once or twice.
Yes.
Okay. Is that in functions or privately or?
No, Mr.
at
Chair,
Transnet?
as I testified before, it was
Or there was the occasion when, was there an occasion when he was either your office at Transnet or somebody, or Mr. Gama's office?
No, Mr. Okay.
That was Mr. Gama's evidence.
That was Mr. Gava's evidence of him meeting Mr. Essa in my office.
Yeah, okay, okay. So that was one of the two?
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we'll deal with Mr. Gama's evidence later.
Yes, okay. But you say from around 2012 or 13 up to the time you left Transnet, you had met him once or twice?
Once or twice.
Okay. Mr. Selega?
You came to know him as the majority shareholder in Trillion when you were at Eskom?
I got to know that through the process of the McKinsey process. When they became aware of the fact that Dr. Wood was engaging with Mr. Essa, and Mr. Essa was in fact the majority shareholder.
It has been testified here that he was essentially the rainmaker for Trillion. He would get Trillion to be to get a contract with a SOE or a state entity, and he would get a major contracting party for Trillion to be subcontracted to, or for regiments to be subcontracted. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Can I go back to your one or two occasions with him while you were at Transnet?
Yes, sir.
Were those business encounters or was it just...
No, as I testified...
were they planned or were they not planned?
I'm not too sure, Mr. Chair. Well, as I said, it's a very long time ago, so I'm struggling to recall, but I do recall that I did meet him. But they were business related.
They were business
They were business
related,
related. I think he was
personal.
looking to promote his business at the time. And I think he introduced himself, he introduced his business credentials, and as I testified the last time, I think he had interest in oil and gas or something or the other at that time. And I think that was the extent of our engagement.
I may be wrong, but I seem to remember that last time when you talked about your encounter with him, or one of your encounters with him, it was outside Transnet. Is that
It was
correct?
not at the office. No.
It was not at the office, yeah. On both occasions, if it's two or not one, or you,
Mr. Chair, I don't
you
remember.
can't remember.
I certainly do not remember.
Yeah, you know that one of them, if there were two encounters, one of them was not in the office.
No, Mr. Chair, I certainly do not recall
Yeah, okay.
having Mr. Essa or entertaining Mr. Essa at my office
In your office,
for,
okay.
for any meeting.
Okay,
So if it was one, it was outside. If it was two, it was outside.
okay, all right.
The commission,
I'm sorry, Mr. Select. And did you say those were not planned meetings? So in the sense that maybe you bumped into him, or it was some function and he was one of the people in the function?
No,
Or there was an arrangement to
No,
meet?
it was a
It was
arrangement.
an arrangement
Yes.
to meet,
Yes.
okay. And it would have been the two of you only? Or you can't remember?
If I recall, it was only the two of us. I didn't recall.
Okay,
anything.
no, that's fine. Mr. Slager?
yes, Mr. Singh, he's meeting with you as the CFO of Transnet
Yes,
in these meetings.
yes.
But why meeting you?
I don't know.
Did you not ask him?
Well, these meetings are set up, and my office sets them up, and if they are set up, then I attend it to understand what people would like to tell me.
No, Mr. Singh. I mean, you are a CFO of Transnet, a very big state-owned entity. You're not going to just go to any meeting as if you are not busy.
No,
You are only going to go to a meeting if, when you look at the reason for the meeting, you think it's important, isn't it?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, this is like stuff that you're asking that's 8 years ago, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
I said these are meetings that you asked that happened 8 years ago. I don't even know what the document was that he even brought to the meeting. So it would be highly irregular of me to say, well, I went to meet him for this specific reason. If I met him on 15 occasions, I could tell you. I met him on 15 occasions because there was a common theme for us to meet. But in this case, it was an arbitrary 1 or 2 meetings. So for me to remember why I met someone 8 years ago for a single meeting.
Well, it may well be that if it was a single meeting, you would remember than if it was many meetings, but it may be that if it was many meetings, but only one theme ran through, then maybe, you know. But you are saying you can't remember now what the reason was, but you accept that you must have known then
Yeah, definitely.
what the reason
Yeah,
was.
definitely.
Okay, Mr. Slager?
Yeah. So I see the screens are off. I don't know whether the light broadcast is interrupted.
The technicians should tell us if there is a problem.
Reverend is not
The
here.
referent is not here.
Yeah.
I think somebody will tell us just now.
Should we proceed? Okay, he
We
says we
may
can
proceed.
proceed.
Oh, okay, all right.
Mr. Singh, prior to your secondment to Transnet, Miss Tsolofelo Molefe was there. She was approached or introduced by one of her colleagues, Mr. Colin Machila, to Mr. Salim Essa, who said there's a company, Regiments, that can help Eskom with cash unlocking initiatives in their balance sheet. Salim Essa and Mr. Eric Wood through regiments, they couldn't get what they wanted at Eskom at the time. We know that Ms. Molefe says she suspects, because of her resistance to their proposal, it might have been the reason why she was suspended and ultimately terminated at Eskom or separated from Eskom. You have conceded that you in fact engaged McKinsey and regiments for your onboarding at Eskom, even before your official start on the 1st of August, 2015. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, we considered that the onboarding was arranged and at the behest of McKinsey. And Mr. Chair, also, when we look at this context of the onboarding meetings happening before my appointment at Eskom, Mr. Chair, we've included in the affidavit that we've submitted yesterday the official announcement of my appointment at Eskom. And that was done, I think, on the 16th of July.
Did you say beginning of July?
16th of July.
On the 16th of July?
July 2015.
Okay.
And that was announced by the board of Eskom on that date. So,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, in the context of these onboarding sessions, given the fact that the announcement of my appointment was made on the 16th of July, I don't believe that they're actually irregular or there was anything untoward. As Dr. Weiss has testified.
Please speak up a bit.
Oh, sorry. As Dr. Weiss has testified, it's a normal thing that they did with Ms. Molefe as well at the time. They did it to all the CEOs, they did it to all the CFOs. They would have done it to other group executives as well. So, but anyway.
Doing what?
The onboarding, Mr. Chair. The onboarding activities.
Well, let's understand what you're talking about. What do you mean when you say onboarding? I mean, if you are being seconded to Eskom, your own onboarding or McKinsey's onboarding, which one are you talking about?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Seleka refers to these meetings that
happened before
prior to my
assumed
role
at Eskom.
To Eskom. So I'm just putting in context that the meetings happened in the context of McKinsey's onboarding of myself relating to my role at Eskom.
Yes, well, I don't know what you and Mr. Seleka, how you and Mr. Seleka are using the term onboarding. If I would understand if you talk about your own onboarding at Eskom, but then if you talk about your own onboarding at Eskom, I would expect that to be done by Eskom officials onboarding you. If you talk about McKinsey's onboarding at Eskom, I would expect that to be done by Eskom officials. It may well be that for some reason, when it was known that you would be going to Eskom, you could be included. But I'm not sure now, when both of you talk about onboarding, whose onboarding you're talking about.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm putting it in Mr. Singh's inverted commas. Insofar as he said it was his own onboarding, that's what I'm saying to you.
Oh, he has used the term.
So, yes, he has used that term.
Okay.
But we know that the evidence we received from the witness goes wider than that.
Yeah.
But I'm only being specific to what he said. I'm using his concept and he will explain it to the judge.
Well, maybe let's start here, Mr. Singh. Insofar as you may be talking about your own onboarding at Eskom, you have heard what my understanding would be if you talk about your onboarding. Is your understanding different from mine?
Well, Mr. Chair, let's put it this way. The word onboarding, I import from Dr. Weiss's Transnet. Because he deals with what he refers to as these onboarding sessions. Right?
And does he make it, is it clear from his evidence who he was saying was being onboarded, McKinsey or yourself?
It is a McKinsey term that is used to, how can I say?
Or are they saying they were onboarding you at Eskom?
That's basically that's basically what it is, Mr. Chair. And that was the context of these meetings.
Yeah, no, well, I would expect Eskom officials to onboard you.
No, as I explained to you previously.
But that's his term.
Yes. But as I explained to you, Mr. Chair, previously, there were also those sessions that happened where Eskom individuals onboarded myself while I got.
Yeah. But basically, from my understanding, my recollection of the evidence, really there was nothing about onboarding in those discussions, as far as in terms of my own understanding of onboarding. The discussions seem largely to have been about this is what we have in mind for Eskom. You are going to be CFO of Eskom. What's your take on this and that and that? And you gave your take.
No, Mr. Chair, I think you have a incorrect recollection.
Is that so?
Yes.
Okay.
The onboarding sessions, Mr. Chair, where and maybe we should put this into context, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
We have an organization that is in crisis. We alluded to the fact previously that in January of 2015, they had a liquidity crisis. They had load shedding. Their energy availability factors were like at 69%. Their coal prices were escalating at around 18%, when inflation was around 4 to 5%. Their new build program was 1, unfunded, and 2, behind schedule. And their budgets were uncontrollable. They were burning diesel at a rate of R1 billion a month. So, Mr. Chair, that's the environment within which I was finding myself. So, these onboarding sessions sought to elevate those issues. Say, these are the issues that you're going to be dealing with. These are the issues that we believe cause these. So when you get there, be in a position to deal with them. Because these are the root causes of these issues.
Yeah. Okay. What does remain strange, of course, is why that should be done by an outsider. And that's a point that I may have made last time, you know. Why that should not be done by Eskom officials who are already at Eskom, for somebody who is at Transnet but who will be joining them as
But
their
Mr.
colleague.
Chair, with respect, Mr. Chair, I dealt with that matter, and even Dr. Weiss on his own affidavit concedes that this is a normal practice to happen.
Why is it normal for an outsider to, if I have a house, I have a family, and somebody is going to join us and stay with us, why must somebody else, not from this family, prepare him to say, when you stay with these people, with the Zondos, this is what you must be ready for? Why must it not be done by me?
Well, sometimes that's why you need family counseling, sir.
No, it's a strange thing. But anyway, you have said what those sessions were about, Mr. Slega.
Yes. Mr. Singh, it's interesting that the concept, you don't seem to own that concept. So what do you call what they were doing with you in the sessions? You say it's McKinsey's concept, but what do you say?
No,
It
I
is.
said, I didn't say it's McKinsey's concept. I said I imported Dr. Weiss's word, which was onboarding sessions. I said onboarding sessions are normal. I've had sessions with a number of people that brought new concepts that wanted to talk about Transnet issues. In all of those things, those are in some way, shape, or form onboarding sessions.
Yeah, but just lastly, I think your explanation of what they were saying to you is exactly what how the chairperson was explaining it. They were pinpointing what you say they perceive to be challenges at Eskom, and we know from Regiments, Ms. Motsepu, that they were making proposals to you. And some of the proposals you will not accept, and you do the changes, and you would then say, yeah, this is what I want to focus on.
Yeah, but not in July.
Not in July.
Not in July.
When?
Whenever it happened, I don't know when it happened, but it was certainly not in July. There was no negotiations that were happening.
But
at
if you
the
don't know
sessions.
when, how do you deny July?
Because the sessions in July did not have initiatives that said, let's do this, let's do this. let's do this."
Chairperson, sorry to interrupt. Maybe
So-
if,
Sorry?
thank you, Chairperson. Maybe if Mr. Seleka knows when this happened, he should put it to the witness. If he's interrogating that issue, say to Mr. Singh, on this day and this day, according to Ms. Mosile Motepu, this is what happened. Let him then comment on those dates, not speculate.
But we do know that Ms. Mutepu said it was either June or July.
June.
I think she said June.
Yes.
And Mr. Singh would remember, Mr. Singh said, no, it was not June, it was July,
In terms of the meetings.
in terms of the meetings,
Yes.
yeah.
And then Mr. Seleka puts to me that Ms. Motepo says that I was negotiating. So I'm asking, when was I negotiating? When was I putting these things in or taking them out?
No. Mr. Seleka hasn't talked about negotiating
That's right.
now.
Yes.
He did talk about negotiating then. But all he is saying now, he says, Ms. Mutepu said, in those meetings, the McKinsey people were making certain proposals for you to comment on. And she said, you were indicating those that you were not happy with and indicating what you had no problem with. That's what Mr. Seleka says Ms. Mutepu said. Are
So-
you saying that that is not true as far as you are concerned in terms of the July meetings?
Mr. Chair, I will repeat once again, as I've done before, that this Ms. Motepo's recollection is incorrect. Because let's for 1 minute suggest that Ms.
In
Motepo,
terms of the content of the discussion as opposed to the month? You already said June is wrong.
well, Mr. Chair, let's deal with June. Let's not deal with any other point.
Yeah.
Because if Motepo's evidence is that I was doing this in June,
No, we are done with that. You did deny that.
no, let's say July. Right?
Yeah,
Let's deal
you
with July.
said meetings happened in July.
July. Let's
Yeah.
deal with the content of the July meeting. So am I to understand, Ms. Motepo is saying that in July, McKinsey made proposals which I then rejected and I requested other things to be put in. Is that what the contention?
I don't know whether that's a contention.
No,
I'm
but
just
what is
putting
there,
to
sir?
you her version.
No, so what is her version?
Exactly what you've said.
Okay. So in that case, Mr. Chair, I deny that version.
Yes. Is there a time when you say that did happen, if it didn't happen in July? Or are you saying it never happened if after
No,
July?
Mr. Chair, post that, for example, I was requested to comment in an affidavit. In a 3-3 notice or a 10-6 notice, around the fact that there was an email that I sent to Mr. Wood requesting him to look at some Dover insurance claim, for example. So that was a request that I made to them. So I made the request.
So is the difference therefore between your version and Ms. Motepu's version in this regard, apart from whether it was in June, whether the meetings were in June or July, is the difference that you accept that at some stage in your interactions with McKinsey, there was a time where they would make proposals and you would examine them, their merits and demerits, accept some of their proposals, reject some, but you say that happened after you had assumed duty at Eskom and not before, and to the extent that she says that happened before you assumed duty, you deny that part?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't go to Dr. Wise about negotiations because you know he puts it in May, June that they started around there. And that was specifically about the negotiations. Mr. Singh, zooming back on Mr. Salim Essa, you would have seen the travel agents' affidavits, in which they say you were introduced to them by Mr. Salim Essa in 2014. What is your comment on that?
I have no recollection of that, Mr. Chair. I don't recall Mr. Essa ever introducing me to a travel agent. I used a number of travel agents to travel. Travel Excellence was one of them.
Travel Excellence is one of them.
It says Travel Excellence was not one of them. Is that right?
No, I'm saying
No.
Mr.
You say
Travel
was one of
Yes,
them?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall how you came to do business with them, or can you not recall how that came about?
No, Mr. Chair, I can't. My PA normally did lots of stuff for me in my personal capacity. So it may have been her that recommended them. I'm not too sure.
Oh, okay. Do you have a recollection of when you may have started using them?
No, Mr. Chair.
Even in terms of year, you can't remember. Okay, all right. But it would not have been before 2010, for example?
Not from, no.
No, it would have been after.
Certainly, definitely.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Sule?
And you have seen that they say they did your flight bookings from 2014. There's 3 flight bookings in 2014, 3 flight bookings in
Do
20...
you want to refer us to where that is?
Yes,
Mr. Sule?
I can certainly do that. Eskom, this is Eskom Bundle 18, bracket B.
And Mr. Sule, let's take a 7 minutes break. Just a short adjournment. Let's adjourn.
Alana worked together at a travel agency called Shore Freeway Travel. I later went on to join a travel agency named Harvey World Travel, and Miss Alana left to start up her own travel agency.
Yeah, okay.
Is that sufficient?
Yeah, that's sufficient.
Yeah. And then going back to page 1565.3, paragraph 16.
Oh, then just to connect everything properly, then she says, in 15, whilst I was employed at Harvey Well,
Correct, yes.
I was introduced to Mr. Salim Essa, Mr. Essa, whom I then serviced as a client. And
Yes.
then take it from there.
Yes. After a while, many of the employees, including myself, were let go from Harvey World. I then contacted Miss Alana and joined her at Travel Excellence around June 2013. Mr. Essa, being my client, followed me to Travel Excellence. At Travel Excellence, I usually dealt with Mr. Essa directly. I do not believe Miss Alana ever dealt with him directly. Although both Miss Alana and I have access to each other's mailboxes to ensure that we are able to speedily respond to the requests from clients. Mr. Essa had a standing account with us, account number C00365.
No. You've got
Or 00.
less zeros than
Yes, sorry.
it's C000365.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Essa would usually either send me an email or he would phone me with a request for bookings. Although Mr. Essa frequently requested us to book tickets for other people, we always allocated the transactions to his account as we considered him the guarantor for all such travel bookings. Mr. Essa usually corresponded with us being either his salimessa@gmail.com or salim@global.co.za email address. Mr. Essa's secretary also frequently corresponded with us using the salim@global.co.za email address. I unfortunately cannot remember her name. And then the next heading is travel arrangements for Mr. Anoj Singh. I suppose Mr. Anoj Singh will have no knowledge of
Yeah,
that information I've read.
how the two of them met and what arrangements they had. You wouldn't know anything about that. Or would you?
No, sir.
Okay.
But do you know the Mr. Salima?
Sorry.
Do you know Mr. Samira Suleiman,
I do.
the deponent? Okay.
Okay.
Then travel arrangements for Mr. Anoj Singh, paragraph 20. So Mr. Essa introduced Mr. Anoj Singh to me during 2014. I had never met Mr. Singh before then. From there onwards, we had received requests from either Mr. Essa or from Mr. Singh directly to book flights for them. The charges were always allocated to Mr. Essa's account number C000365. I set out below, as per my records and recollection, the bookings made for Mr. Singh since 2014. 22.1. A booking was requested for Mr. Singh to fly from Dubai to Johannesburg on 8 June 2014. I cannot recall who made the request. Mr. Singh was issued with ticket number 487-5955-176. I do not know how Mr. Singh flew to Dubai. The total cost charged was 9,100 Rand. The invoice was addressed to Mr. Singh, although it was charged to Mr. Essa's account. I cannot recall whether I spoke to Mr. Essa or Mr. Singh, but one of the two gentlemen phoned me to tell me a driver would be dropping off money in cash to settle the invoice, which indeed took place. I attach here to the cash receipt dated 16 July 2014. I subsequently deposited the money into our bank account on the same day. Mr. Singh, are you able to confirm this or
Chairperson,
comment on it?
before we continue with this, there's an issue that I'd like to raise
Yeah.
vis-a-vis the aspect of the, and I know you're entitled to listen to hearsay evidence, but it relates directly to the issue of what she says about Mr. Essa. And maybe it would be appropriate to first deal with my learned friend on that issue before I place it on record, because most probably, taking into account the way that the Commission's investigators should operate, I would assume they've done it. So if, and I hate to ask for 2 or 3 minutes, but let me first deal with Mr. Seleka to try and see if it's done, and then I will take an instruction as to how to deal with that particular issue. Because I think you can understand it impacts certain issues directly relating to my client.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Seleka?
Chair,
I
I think the
I think you are saying you would deal with that later, is that right?
No, Chairperson, I think I want to ask my learned friend about it now.
Oh, you-
Because I need to understand if something
want-
has been done.
You would like an adjournment?
I like a very brief
3
adjournment.
minutes, oh, okay, no, that's fine. Let's take, well, it might affect, because I think you are saying it might affect a lot of things. Okay, let's take that short adjournment. We are at nearly 1:45. Okay, let's take the short adjournment, 5 minutes. We adjourn. having gone point by point, I would like to say the following broadly, that's fine. But also as we go point by point, you will feel free to make whatever points. Or if you say, well, I'm listening to this, I'm not admitting it, but in terms of the broad response, I will be saying that this evidence in this affidavit should not be relied upon because it's got too many errors, or the annexures are riddled with contradictions or errors. That's fine. But I think let's go point by point. As long as in the end you'll be able to make all the points you wish to make. Okay.
Yeah, Chair.
Mr. Silver.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, in paragraph 22.1, we've asked you to comment on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 22.1. This refers to AC.
That's page 1565.4.
That relates to a booking that
8th of
she
June.
says was for you to fly from Dubai to Johannesburg on 8 June 2014.
Yes, Mr.
And she annexes Annexure SS1, Annexure SS2, Annexure SS3, and Annexure SS4. Do you want Mr. Selega that we go to those before he responds to those annexures?
I would like him to comment first on the content of that paragraph. That there was a booking for you from Dubai to Johannesburg.
Well, maybe then you mustn't ask him to comment on the paragraph in general. You must just put specific questions, such as, was there a booking that was made for you to fly from, that was made by Travel Excellence for you to fly from Dubai to Johannesburg on 8 June 2014? He might say, yes, there was, or he says, I don't know what they're talking about. So if you want him to, then maybe you just ask him specific questions based on a particular paragraph.
Thank you, Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Singh, that is the question then. In regard to the factual allegation made, can you confirm or not that there was a booking made for you by Travel Excellence to travel from Dubai to Johannesburg on 8 June 2014?
Mr. Chair, I deny that this booking was made on my instruction or on my behalf.
Yes.
Okay, so you, from what you are saying, I think you are saying they may have made a booking, but you didn't ask them to do.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Do you recall you traveling from Dubai to Johannesburg on the 8th of June? Well,
Or did you fly from Dubai to Johannesburg on that date, irrespective of who had made the booking?
yes.
Well, Mr. Chair, I do not recall, but I know that from the Transnet work stream, it would appear that I was on an official trip during this period of time, and I had to be, and I think the return leg was via Dubai. So I would have traveled via Dubai on an official trip back to South Africa.
Yes. Okay, and you say you think it would have been on Transnet business?
Mr. Chair, based on the information that has been given to us by the Transnet stream,
Yes.
it would appear that it would have been official business at the time.
Okay.
Then there would have been no need for this ticket.
Yes. And the bookings, insofar as there may have been such a trip, the booking would have been made by, would it have been made by Travel Excellence?
Sorry, sir.
Would the booking insofar as you may have traveled to Dubai on Transnet business on that day, or as you may have traveled from Dubai to Johannesburg, would Travel Excellence have been involved in making your booking?
No, sir.
It would not have. Insofar as you may have been traveling for Transnet business, would there have been a standard travel agents that Transnet would use?
Yes.
Yes, well, what's the name of that one?
Mr. Chair, I'm not,
You can't remember?
I can't remember.
But there would have been a
There would
standard
have been,
travel
yes.
agents. Yeah.
Yes.
Therefore, to the extent that if indeed you did travel on Transnet business, that travel agency may well have records.
You may have a letter.
Yeah, okay.
And hence, I'm saying I don't recall making this request.
Yes, okay. Mr. Seliger?
Yes, I think Ms. Suleiman herself says she cannot recall who made the request, but the booking was for you. And I think that's what we're seeking to confirm with you, that the booking from a flight from Dubai to Johannesburg was for you on the 4th of June 2014, 8 June 2014.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Well, he has said, as far as he's concerned, he never asked Travel Excellence to make any booking for him to travel from Dubai to Johannesburg on that date. And I understood you to say, and you must tell me if I am wrong, Mr. Singh, understood you to imply that you never authorized anybody to ask Travel Excellence to make a booking for your traveling on that occasion.
that is correct, sir.
Okay.
Then they refer to the cost of that, which the invoice was addressed to you, although it was charged to Mr. Esser's account. But let's deal with the allegation that the invoice was addressed to you, which is SS2. On page 1565, point 13. The air ticket is also on the page just before that. So that invoice, what do you say about it, Mr. Singh?
Mr. Chair, I've never received this invoice. And as you'll see, Mr. Chair, it actually says ticket void. So
Where's that?
SS2
Yeah.
in the route, in the column saying route, the third line, it says ticket void.
Is it the invoice or the ticket?
SS2 annexure
That is the documented.
at 1565.13.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I see where it says ticket void. In the
Yes, I see.
column, you see where it
I've
says
just
that.
seen that.
Yeah.
Yes. So, what do you say
But-
about that? What are
Well,
you,
he was saying that he, as I understood, he never asked Travel Excellence to make this booking, and he didn't ask anybody to, or authorize anybody to ask Travel Excellence to do that. Is that right, Mr.
That is correct, Mr.
Singh?
Chair.
And then you were referring to the fact that it says ticket void as to suggest that
There was never a travel.
there was never, it was not used.
No.
But if it were to be found that you did actually travel on the 8th of June 2014 from Dubai to Johannesburg. Of course, the question that would arise is how Travel Excellence would have known about your traveling
Well,
from
Mr. Chair,
Dubai to
hence,
Johannesburg.
hence I wanted to paint the picture for you
Yes.
up front.
Yeah.
But it's fine, we will deal
Yeah,
with
you
that.
will
again.
do it, yeah.
But
But
these
you
are the-
will bear in
these-
mind that question.
Yes, but these are in fact the inconsistencies that you'll find
Yeah.
in every one of these things.
Yeah, okay, okay,
I mean, for example, they allocate this thing to Mr. S's account.
yeah,
I didn't instruct any of this to happen.
yeah. No,
Say again?
I said they allocate it to Mr. S's account, C000365, for
Yes.
example. I never issued an instruction to please charge my stuff to Mr. S's account.
yes, but remember that on their version, on her version, she says Mr. Solomon Essa introduced you to Miss Solomon. Mr. Solomon Essa, on her version, was keeping an account with them, was their client. And whenever they made bookings that related to you and other people, I think she says, they always connected those bookings with Mr. Salim Essa's account because he was seen by them as the guarantor. She put that in quotes, guarantor, in regard to those bookings, by which I mean they must have been thinking, well, in case this person doesn't pay, we will talk to Mr. Salim Essa to say, well, this is somebody that you introduced to us, so now they are not paying, so you must pay.
Well,
That's my understanding.
No, I agree with
Yeah.
you, Mr. Chair, but let's deal with that
Yeah.
aspect
Yeah.
that you bring up. If Ms. Osman's version relating to the guarantor issue is to be correct, Mr. Essa, okay, during this period of time, he was in the country and he had an account. Post him leaving the country, I don't think he still has an account with Travel Excellence. And neither I would think that Travel Excellence continues to extend his guarantee status if it ever existed. Yet if I booked tickets with him post this period of time, and they still allowed me to have, let's call it a deferred payment type of arrangement. So who was guaranteeing my payments at that time when he was not there? So,
You are saying that after Mr. Salim Essa had left the country, you have continued to have dealings with them and asked them to make bookings for you. Is that right?
that's correct.
And when you make those bookings, they invoice you, I assume, and you pay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So you ask, but your question is, how would Mr. Salim Essa be a guarantor after?
After.
Yeah. Of course, she's dealing here with a specific time, as I understand it, a specific time. And I don't know whether once he had left, they would still say guarantor, you know. And I don't even know whether their sense of guarantor is what I'm thinking. But she says in her own affidavit that there are occasions when you called to make arrangements for payments. She says so in her affidavit, even during those times. And then I think there are occasions when she says Mr. Salim Essa made payment in regard to your traveling. Yeah. Mr. Suleka?
Yeah, let me ask this question, Chair, then maybe we could take the lunch at gentlemen. Mr. Singh, when did Mr. Essa leave the country?
I
You have no idea.
Well, it was reported in the media, so that's when I guess we know about it.
No, Mr. Singh. You are telling the chairperson what, from a factual point of view, is what you want to convey to him. That after Mr. Essa left the country, who would have served as the guarantor for the costs occasioned by your flight bookings? Now, the question is pertinent to that. When do you say then to the chairperson, did Mr. Essa leave the country?
Mr. Chair, I was making a general statement. I said I was making a general statement, Mr. Chair. I don't know the exact date when Mr. Essa left the country.
Well, you would not say you made bookings after Mr. Salim Essa had left. You requested Travel Excellence to make bookings for you after Mr. Salim Essa had left, unless there was a point that you regarded as the point when he left. So I think Mr. Selega is asking, what is that point?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, I was making the comment generally. I really don't know the date on which he left or purported to leave. But I know that I've made travel bookings, I don't know how many, but I've made travel bookings with them.
Did you make travel bookings with Travel Excellence last year?
Yes, I think, maybe one, I think.
Maybe one.
Yeah.
And 2019, do you recall? Did you make any?
I
You
think so,
requested
maybe,
to make any?
maybe one as well, one or two.
Maybe one as well. But are you saying that you don't have a time that you take as the time when Mr. Salim Essa left?
No.
Yeah, because that seems on the face of it to undermine the point you were making.
Well, Mr. Chair, as you were, let's say, moving back in terms of your timeline, in terms of saying, did you book one last year or did you book one the year before? I think that is the general point that I was trying to make, is that even as early as or as late as last year, if I had booked with them and he's not here, then who was guaranteeing? So that's the point that I was trying to make.
But do you regard last year as a time when he had left the country?
Yes, Mr. Chair, based on media, common cause that he's left by last.
Yes, but your understanding is that he left around about when?
I wouldn't speculate.
But you say definitely by last year he had left.
Yes,
By beginning of last year, maybe?
Mr. Chair, I would be speculating, but I know, Mr. Chair, my point that I'm trying to make is, if it is that these guarantee facilities were what were available, I'm saying I did not enjoy those facilities through Mr. Essa.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But just before we adjourn,
Yeah.
and we will adjourn, Mr. Singh, you then cannot, and I think you have to accept this, that you cannot use the general statement as a point of criticism in relation to this affidavit.
No, but that's why I said, that's why I requested for the chair to allow me the indulgence of dealing with it holistically. So all of these things will be put into context. Else we're going to deal with these issues individually, and you're going to get to a point where you're going to ask me this question.
No, but you are not addressing what I'm saying to you. You cannot use your general statement, which you said it is, as a point of criticism in relation to this affidavit. Do you accept that?
I accept that, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Chair, we can take a lunch adjournment.
Okay, let's take the lunch adjournment. It's 1:20. We'll resume at 2:20.
Thank you.
We adjourn.
That seems to be the problem. I can fix it now. Do you want okay, sorry. My mistake. All right.
Mr. Singh and my learned friends that I have endeavored to obtain Mr. Singh's affidavit to the Transnet work stream, specifically on his travels between Joburg and Dubai. I've arranged that the chairperson's bundle on the same be delivered. In due course, I would do the comparison between
Yeah.
what the agent is saying, what Mr. Singh has responded to the Eskom work stream, the Transnet work stream.
Just repeat that last point.
In due course, when the chairperson's file is here, I have for Mr. Singh. We will then do the comparative specifically in regard to the dates of travel.
Or is there an affidavit by Mr. Singh detailing his official flights while there was a
Those
Transnet?
trips,
Oh, okay.
and that affidavit is submitted to the commission under the Transnet work stream. Yes.
But just for the sake of clarity, Mr. Singh, with regard to paragraph 22.1, can we take it that you are saying you did travel from Dubai to Johannesburg on that date or around that date? What you are denying is that you had asked Travel Excellence to make that booking, or that you had asked anybody to ask Travel Excellence to make that booking. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Thank you. So that's 8 June 2014, Mr. Singh. Then the other aspect of the paragraph, which is the last, that is in relation to the payment. Ms. Suleiman says, I cannot recall whether I spoke to Mr. Essa or Mr. Singh, but one of the two gentlemen phoned me to tell me a driver would be dropping off money in cash to settle the invoice, which indeed took place. I attach here to the cash receipt dated 16 July 2014, and that is attached as SS3. Subsequently deposited the money into our bank account on the same date. So let's go to SS3 on page 1565.14. And what we see there is a document, she calls it a cash receipt, dated 16 July 2014. Your name appears there, Mr. Anoj Singh, and the amount is written out in words, 9,100 Rand, invoice number, the number is given, 85, capital A, 587236, and the amount in numerics, 9,100 Rand, cash paid to Samira. Your comment on the allegations in this regard, Mr. Singh?
Mr. Chair, I have no recollection of this invoice. I deny that this invoice was made out to me. There will be no reason for me to pay for this invoice, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, if you look at sorry, not the invoice, the receipt. Mr. Chair, even if you look at these receipts and they're pervasive throughout, they're relatively rudimentary receipts. I could have got a receipt book and written this invoice myself. This receipt.
Okay, just repeat the point you make about the receipt. I think you'll try and speak up a bit.
I said, Mr. Chair, I denied that this receipt was made out in my name. I did not receive this receipt.
Yes.
It does not bear any signature of mine or the purported driver or anyone from who this cash was purportedly received from.
Yes.
Secondly, Mr. Chair, if I denied the fact that I requested this booking to be made in the first place, there is no reason for this receipt to be made out in my name.
Yeah, no, I understand that. As I understand her evidence in her affidavit, she does say that there were times when you would arrange with her that you would send a driver to give her cash to settle some of the invoices. Now, you have said that you know her. You have said that you know Travel Excellence. You have said that you did make bookings. You did ask them to make bookings for you. I will add at times, because it may be that you also asked other agents at other times. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes. Now, in regard to those occasions when you had requested her to make bookings for you, would you receive invoices from her? Would she send you invoices, and would you receive them?
Mr. Chair, I think occasionally I would receive them
Yes.
via WhatsApp, if I
Yes.
recall correctly, but I don't recall, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay. But at some stage or another, you would know what you owed them.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Yes. And how did you pay them? Did your method of paying them ever include sending a driver to pay them in cash?
Mr. Chair, I certainly paid through Voyager miles sometimes. There were credit card payments that I had made.
Yeah.
There was cash payments that I made, but I don't recall my driver going to settle any of these.
Is your recollection that all payments you made that included cash payment? If there were, or let me ask, were there some payments you made in cash?
Mr. Chair, I think I recall some of them, but I don't recall which ones exactly.
Oh, okay. And would you have any recollection as to whether it was something quite usual for you to do, namely to pay in cash, even though sometimes you paid by other means?
I would think, Mr. Chair, it was not unusual.
It was not unusual. Okay. Okay, all right. So she says here a driver was sent to drop the cash. So you are saying, although you accept that sometimes you did pay her in cash, but do you say you never sent a driver, or are you saying you are not sure whether you might at some stage or another send a driver with cash?
Mr. Chair, on this particular invoice, I'm saying there was no need for me to pay this because I didn't request.
No, I accept that that's what you say in regard to this
Yes.
invoice. I'm talking about those that you acknowledge would have been your invoices, because you would have requested her to make payments, to make bookings for you.
Okay, sir. So the
In
question is,
regard to those bookings which you had requested her to make for you,
yes, Mr. Chair.
when you had to pay, are you saying that there was never an occasion when you would have sent your driver to pay in cash, or are you saying you are not sure whether at some or other stage you may have sent a driver to pay her in cash, or you say whenever I pay, you paid her yourself, even if it was cash?
Mr. Chair, I'm from a driver perspective, I'm probably referring to our previous conversation in terms of the Transnet driver. But I think in this case, Mr. Chair, I think if you're asking the question, did a third party sometimes pay, whether it be a driver or a relative or
At your instance?
at my instance, yes.
Yes. Is the answer yes?
Yes.
Or, but whether it was a driver or not, you are not sure.
I'm not sure.
Do you recall who else you might have asked to go and pay for you in cash if it was not your driver?
As I
Or
said,
something
Mr. Chair,
you
it
can't
might have been,
remember?
it might have been a family, a relative, or it may have been acquaintances.
Or it wouldn't be somebody from work?
No.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Thank you. Mr. Singh, when you refer to your driver, is this a personal driver?
Sorry, sir?
When you refer to your driver, are you referring to a personal driver?
No, I was clarifying the chairperson's question, or the response that I gave to the chairperson, in terms of saying, no, it was not my driver.
Yes.
I was referring to the allocated driver from Transnet.
Oh, it's an allocated driver from Transnet. Chairperson, I believe the file is here. And I think I should complete every section also by reference to it. That's Transnet, Bundle 5, Bracket B. We have a copy for Mr. Singh.
Okay.
Chairperson, is there copies? Is there copies for us too? Because we didn't know that this is going to be dealt with
Yes.
today.
Is there a copy for Mr. Singh's counsel?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right.
Page.
I guess you will need to have both files to
Yes,
compare.
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Okay. What page in the bundle?
Page 426. Four 26 is a page in the 10.6 directive. Four two six. 426. I think it has that flag, the orange flag. So if
Well,
paragraph
just
one-
repeat, Mr. Selega, whose affidavit are we looking at now at Transnet Bundle 5 at page 426?
Yes. Chairperson, we're going to look at two documents.
Yeah.
The one is the 10.6, Regulation 10.6 Directive issued to Mr. Singh, requesting him to provide information to the Commission on certain aspects. The page reference I have now given is a page in that 10.6 Directive, that's page 426.
Okay. All right.
We will then also refer to the affidavit of Mr. Singh responding to their request in terms of the directive.
Okay.
So the page I've referred to is 426, paragraph 113. He's been asked to provide information relating to local and international trips that appear to have coincided with trips by members of the Gupta family and their associates. Inter alia. For present purposes, Chairperson, 1.13.3. The return trip to Dubai between 3 June 2014 and 8 June 2014. And that's the reason why.
I'm sorry. I thought you said 1.13.3.
No, 1.13.2.
Oh, okay. A return trip to Dubai between 3 June 2014 and 8 June 2014, yes.
Yes. That we're referring to 8 June 2014 because of it coincides with the date in Ms. Suleiman's affidavit.
Yes.
The first trip of 4 June 2014. You shared a return flight with Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta on flight EK 763, The following individuals were in Dubai during the same period: Mr. Sanjay Gruver, Mr. Paul John O'Flaherty, Mr. Iqbal Shamal, Mr. Selvin Kristen, Mr. Zoo Whitley, Mr. Viga Sager, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta, Mr. Pin Edwin Sodi, and Mr. Kamal Vasram. Now the response,
So the allegation, he was asked to deal with an allegation that he had a trip, he had a return trip to Dubai and back between 3 June 2014 and 8 June 2014, and that he shared that flight with Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta, and the flight number is given, and that during that same period when he was in Dubai, a number of people mentioned there were also in Dubai. That's what the allegation is. Okay.
Mr. Singh responds to that on page 480. 480. 480. That is
In the same bundle.
in the same bundle. That's Mr. Singh's affidavit of the 2nd of February 2021. 480. The same bundle.
I don't have.
Somebody must just assist Mr. Singh to find the page. It's and your affidavit where it says add paragraph 1.13.2 at the top.
I have until 476.
Or you don't have all the pages?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Mr. Singh's file has been regularized.
Have you found the right page, Mr. Singh?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah. So Mr. Singh then responds, at paragraph 1.13.2, return trip to Dubai, and he gives the dates in brackets. 47 says, I deny I traveled on a return trip to Dubai as alleged in this paragraph. And then 48, he says, regarding the aforesaid dates, I wish to state that 48.1, I left South Africa on 3 June 2014. I only entered Dubai on 6 June 2014. I exited Dubai on 8 June 2014. And then he says further, between 4 June 2014 and 6 June 2014, I traveled between Frankfurt and Heathrow airports. But relevant for present purposes here is 48.3, which is I exited
Yes.
Dubai
Yes.
on 8 June 2014.
Yeah. I think for the sake of completeness, Mr. Singh, can we take it that when you exited Dubai on 8 June 2014, you returned to Johannesburg?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Salega.
So then, Mr. Singh, it's either a coincidence or divination on the part of the travel agent that they arrange your trip from Dubai to Johannesburg on this same date, 8 June 2014.
Sorry, so I got the first part. I didn't hear your second part.
Oh,
Just repeat what we're putting to him.
yes. So I'm saying, and you will comment, is either a coincidence or divination on their part that they arranged your return trip from Dubai to Johannesburg on the same date, 8 June 2014. Your comment?
Sorry, so the meaning of your word in your second.
Or definition.
Yeah, you're a friend is laughing. Maybe she can explain what divination means.
No, explain yourself, Mr. John, shift the responsibility.
Divination, that means, Mr. Singh, they would have known by some supernatural powers that you were traveling from Dubai, not from Cape Town, to Johannesburg on this very date of 8 June 2014.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think for the purposes of this discussion, what is important is also paragraph 48.4 of the said affidavit on page 480, is that between 4 and 8, I traveled between Frankfurt and Heathrow. 49 says, to the best of my recollection, the aforesaid travel relates to business travel.
I'm sorry, just repeat that last sentence.
Okay, so 48.4
Yeah.
basically says that I was traveling in June between the dates of 4 and 6 between Frankfurt and Heathrow.
Yes.
So 49 basically then says, to the best of my recollection, the aforesaid travel is related to business travel.
Yeah.
So, as I originally said, Mr. Chair, the issue is that I was actually traveling on business. There was no need for me to have this. I would have not requested.
Yes, but
So
Mr. Selega's point is this. If you didn't ask Travel Excellence, if you didn't tell them you were going to be traveling from Dubai to Johannesburg on the 8th of June 2014, and if you never asked anybody to tell them or to make a booking for you to travel from Dubai to Johannesburg on the 8th of June 2014, how would they have known your, how would they have known that you were going to be traveling from Dubai to Johannesburg on that date? How could they get it so right?
Well, Mr. Chair, I am not too sure. Maybe it's a coincidence or the word that he used second. Because
You
Mr.
think
Chair,
they have supernatural powers to know this?
maybe, as you will see throughout the affidavit, Mr. Chair, some supernatural powers was at play. But on her own version, Mr. Chair, at her affidavit, she actually says, I cannot recall who made the request. This is Ms. Suleiman Hussein.
Yes, yeah, but she is saying between you and Mr. Essa, she is not sure who made the request, but it's one of you.
Well,
As
Mr.
I
Chair,
understand what she's saying.
then she must state that, Mr. Chair, because that's not the way I interpret it.
Hmm?
This is not the way I interpret this.
Let's see, is that a 221? Eh? I cannot recall whether I spoke to Mr. Essa or Mr. Singh. Is that where you? Oh, I cannot recall who made the request. Oh, okay, no, I had in mind the later part of the affidavit. Yeah, but my understanding, based on her affidavit, is that when she says she can't recall, even where she doesn't mention whether it was you or Mr. Essa, my understanding is that she's talking about you and Mr. Essa, because throughout her affidavit, the only persons who used to make requests for your travel were either you or Mr. Essa. So in that context, I understand her to be, when she says, I cannot recall, I'm understand her to be saying that, but it may be that you are right. We shouldn't be thinking about any of those two, maybe somebody else. But she, as far as I recall, she never anywhere else, never says in her affidavit somebody else other than either yourself or Mr. Essa would request her.
Well, Mr. Chair, it goes back to Ms. Suleiman's recollection of events that took place 6 years ago, or 7 years ago. Because if you then take paragraph 22.2, and I know I'm jumping ahead,
Yeah.
it's lekker, but apologies for that. If you look there, she says a booking was requested by Mr. Singh's partner. Ms.
Okay,
Knight.
yes, yeah, so sometimes it would be somebody else.
But the point is,
Yeah,
that request was never made by Ms.
okay, no, that.
And that comes back to the point of the recollection of events
Yeah.
by Ms. Suleiman.
Yes, but let's complete our understanding about what your response is in regard to the booking relating to the 8th of June 2014. Am I right to say, in the end, you're saying, well, it must be a coincidence that she got that right, or as you say, maybe she had some supernatural powers, because indeed you did travel from Dubai to Johannesburg on the date that she did.
Well, Mr. Chair, based on the information that I had, it would seem like it's a coincidence because
Yeah.
I'm not able to say whether, well,
Yeah.
I don't think I can categorically state that Mr. Essa did not request travel.
Just repeat that
I
sentence.
said I can categorically state that Mr. Essa would have not requested travel
On your behalf.
on my behalf.
Yeah. Okay.
Chairperson, sorry, maybe it's important. Mr. Singh alluded to it earlier. That ticket was voided. It seems not to have been used. And I think it's an important factor to take into account too.
Yes. No. That might be so. At this stage, he was dealing with my question as well as Mr. Selega's question of how come these travel agents had this information correct if Mr. Singh wasn't the one who told them about his traveling, or somebody that Mr. Singh had asked to tell them. That was what we are dealing with. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. To that point raised, we should equally look at the receipt of the 9,100 cash payment together with that ticket. The Chair, paragraph 21 of Ms. Suleiman's affidavit. It may well also be something you had in mind. It says so they get introduced, Mr. Anoj Singh, they say, gets introduced to them. And paragraph 21 says, from there onwards, we had received requests from either Mr. Essa or from Mr. Singh directly to book flights for them. So, I mean, it still carries the idea you had. It's either from Mr. Singh or from Mr. Essa. There's only that one incident where they say is Mr. Singh's partner who did the request. But generally, it seems to be the theme. So, Mr. Singh, paragraph 49 of your affidavit that you
Before
submitted.
you go there, Mr. Selega, can I ask this question to Mr. Singh with reference to paragraph 20 of Ms. Suleiman's affidavit. she says, Mr. Esa introduced you, Mr. Singh, to her during 2014. She says prior to that she had never met you. Now, do you recall whether, in terms of your own dealings with her, you had met her at any time before 2014?
No, Mr.
No. So, do you know whether,
Well, Mr.
is your
Chair-
recollection that it may have been in 2014 that the two of you met, or would it have been after, on your recollection? You meeting her, let's leave out Mr. Salme Esa for now, just in terms of your own dealings with her.
In terms of, Mr. Chair, I don't recall this meeting of 2014, certainly by Mr. Esa, as I've said. So your question is?
So my question is, because you have said that you had your own interactions with her,
Yes.
because you did ask her to make bookings for you, and you did settle your invoices. So I'm asking, in terms of your own recollection, are you able to say whether you met her for the first time or started dealing with her for the first time in 2014 or after 2014? Because you have said that it wasn't before 2014.
Mr. Chair, I think the term dealing with her is probably more appropriate. I think it would have been probably in and around this time, but certainly not 2012 or 2010 as you say.
It would, you think it may have been 2014 sometime?
Sometime.
Okay, no, that's fine. Now, the question that arises, because I think you were quite emphatic, and you must tell me if I misunderstood you, you were quite emphatic that you were not introduced by Mr. Esa to her. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Your dealings with her from the time you started up to now, the relationship has, the business relationship between you and her has been fine. There have been no issues.
No, sir.
Do you know why she would say you were introduced to her by Mr. Salim Esa if actually that was not, it's not what happened?
Mr. Chair, I would be speculating.
You wouldn't know. Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask you, Mr. Singh, about your paragraph 49 in the affidavit. I see
And it is
there,
now Mr. Singh's affidavit in Transnet Bundle 5,
correct, Chair.
page 480.
480 years,
Yes,
5 bracket B.
yes, continue.
Where you say, to the best of my recollection, the aforesaid travels related to Transnet business I am intrigued by the phrase, to the best of my recollection, which seems to suggest that you are not certain about what you are saying.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think when we drafted this wording, we had access to the official travel records from Transnet, which we had requested from the Commission, which indicated to us that this trip basically was a business trip.
Is your answer therefore yes to Mr. Selega's question, or is it no? He is asking you whether the reason why you said to the best of your recollection is the reason why you said that you were uncertain whether the trips were Transnet business.
No, sir.
You were not. You were certain.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Yes. So is there a reason why, sorry, are you saying you relied on documents from Transnet provided to you by the Commission.
Yes.
Is there a reason why you use the word "to the best of your recollection" as opposed to "these documents show that I traveled on a Transnet business trip"?
Well, not really.
In other words, what Mr. Selega is saying is he would have expected you, if you were relying on the documents you're talking about, he would have expected you to say, according to these documents, and you mentioned them, you were on a Transnet business trip.
Okay, Mr. Chair, maybe a better choice of words would have been appropriate.
Just repeat that, please.
I said, in that case, maybe a better choice of words would have been appropriate.
Okay. Mr.
Yes.
Selega?
Thank you, Chair.
In other words, the point is, when you say to the best of your recollection, it doesn't give the impression that you are basing it on documents.
I take that point.
It's like you are basing it on your memory.
Memory.
Okay.
Yes, no, that's correct. Because if the documents, but I'll find out, if the Commission gave you the documents that show what you're saying, the question is also, why would they ask you this question? That you should explain the trips to Dubai between 3 June 2014 to 8 June 2014.
Chairperson, I assume Mr. Seleka is now speculating as to reasons why things were done.
I think
The issue was about in fact, without going into detail, my learned
Yeah.
friend must look at the 10.6 and then he will
no.
understand.
I think Mr. Singh can deal with the question. Mr. Singh, what do you want to say in response to what Mr. Lega says? Or do you have no
Sorry, it's a
comments?
question again.
He is saying it's strange, it would be strange that they ask you to explain your trip from Dubai or to Dubai in circumstances where the documents that they showed you reflected that it was a Transnet business trip. That's what he's saying. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is quite simple. It says, if you look 48.1, it says, I left South Africa on 03, I entered Dubai on 06, I exited on 08, between 04 and 06, I traveled between Frankfurt and Heathrow Airport. So from wherever the information was sourced, I don't know where they got the information from, indicated that I had traveled to Dubai between these dates. And I guess that's why they've asked.
Just hang on 1 second, Mr. Singh. Are you able to hear him well?
So I was going to say, we can't hear at all, but he needs to
I think
move
it's
nearer
because-
to
it's
the
because of
microphone.
Yeah, you see, Mr. Singh, there are two people you want to make sure they hear you in this room. It's me and your counsel.
Okay, so let me rearrange my
If
desk.
Mr. Selega doesn't hear you, you can deal with that.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
I must hear you and your counsel, because your counsel needs to protect you. And I need to make a finding about what you are saying.
Okay, Mr. Chair, is this better?
Yeah, I think that's better, yeah. But after some time, you might find that you're,
No, it's because of these files.
yeah, okay, all right.
So maybe I should put one on this side.
Yeah, just see how you, I'm sorry, the space is very limited, but just do your best,
Yeah.
okay? Yeah, he needs both. You see, the councillors who use this room, wouldn't need to use such big files. So that's why the space is limited.
I think this will be better for everybody.
Okay, all right, yeah. Okay, you remember the proposition?
Oh, yes, I was, Mr. Seleka wanted to know why the commission asked me.
Why it would have asked you to explain this trip if from the documents that they showed you, it was clear that it was a Transnet business trip.
Well, Mr. Chair, it was not, they did not show me the documents.
Oh, okay.
So they put this to us in a 10-6 notice, was it?
Yes.
In a 10-6 notice.
Yes.
Given the fact that they had put it to us, we then requested information.
Yes,
to
okay.
understand whether these trips were either personal or private, or business or private travel.
Yeah, but you requested the documents from the commission?
That's correct.
Okay, so they did have the documents at some stage. Did they
I'm-
provide them to you?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we got the 10-6.
Yeah,
We then requested the information. Whether they had it or whether they accessed it from Transnet after our request,
Yeah.
I'm not too sure.
but they ultimately gave it to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So is the point you are making that at the time they asked you to explain, they might not have had those documents? They might have got those documents after you made the request?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Chair, but it would
Yes.
seem so.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Well, Mr. Chair, if you look, I can take it further, for example. If you look at the trip, just go to paragraph 54 on page 481.
Is that of your affidavit?
Of my affidavit, yes. You see, they asked me to explain a return trip to Hong Kong on 30 June to 03 July. Now, again, in that, if you look at that, again, it's a business trip to, basically, the commission had thought that I had a return trip to Hong Kong. But it was actually not a return trip to Hong Kong. It was a business trip to China that was via Hong Kong. So
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm answering your question.
yeah, no, I think in effect you're saying you don't know, but what you do know, you don't know when they had the documents in their possession. That is the commission. What you do know is that they sent you a 10-6 directive, and in that 10-6 directive, you were asked to explain this trip. You requested information. They provided you with information.
Yes.
You don't know at what stage they were in possession of the information.
Or the motive behind asking these questions in the 10-6, I'm also not aware of that.
Chairperson, sorry, I need to again just raise my concern in the
Yeah.
context. You have to look with the greatest of respect at paragraph 1.30. When these questions about the trips are asked, they're asked against the following questions. It starts off, the frequency and reasons for visits to the Saxon. Then it goes, information relating to local and international trips that appear to have coincided with trips by members of the Gupta family and their associates, inter alia. So it's against that background that there's then questions asked about the trips. So the proposition put forward by Mr. Seleka is they knew about these trips and they must have known that it was official work trips. Why would they ask you? Is not a valid point. It's asked in a specific
Yes,
context.
But you can re-examine on it when you re-examine. Okay, Mr. Seleka, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Singh, then let's go back to Ms. Suleiman's affidavit, paragraph 22.2. The booking was requested by Mr. Singh's partner, where we are, yeah, by Mr. Singh's partner, Ms. Selina Naik. Is that pronounced correctly?
We'll accept it for now. It's Nike.
Oh, Nike. Is that your partner? Is that your partner?
She's my current wife.
Is that your current one? Coincidence or divination?
Neither.
What is that now, Mr. Singh?
Chair,
You and Mr. Singh, you getting to talk about things that we are not. But
that sentence, Chair, I was simply confirming with Mr. Singh that Ms. Selina Naik is the partner. He confirms his current wife.
yeah,
So I was asking whether is it a coincidence or divination?
that they knew about that.
Yes,
Oh, okay. And what was the answer, Mr. Singh?
he says,
Either of the above.
Yeah. Ms. Solomon knew that Ms. Naik was my partner.
Because you dealt with
Yes.
her. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't hear you give that answer when the two of you were talking.
I thought he was asking the question in tongue in cheek.
Oh, okay. Maybe he was.
I was. I did.
All
So-
right, let's continue.
So, Mr. Lena Naik, for Mr. Singh and her fly from Johannesburg on 6 August 2014 to Dubai and back to Johannesburg on 12 August 2014, Mr. Singh and his partner were issued with ticket number, and their numbers are given, 2 numbers, respectively, CSS5. The total cost was 60,000 Rand, which was charged to Mr. S's account. And CSS6, Mr. Essa settled this via EFT to my NetBank account, CSS 6.1. I subsequently transferred this from my NetBank account to the account of Travel Excellence. I also attach here to the receipt issued on 6 August 2014. Mr. Singh,
I guess the first question is whether you and your partner undertook that trip to that destination and back. Mr. Singh?
yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was just
Yeah,
getting
okay.
maybe in. So I'm going to keep this file here, but I'm going to try and get close to it.
Okay,
It's
no,
just-
that's fine.
it's
Just
just more
do what will make you comfortable, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Chair, the first point to be made is that Ms. Suleiman is mistaken in a recollection. So, Ms. Naik did not request this 6th of August 2014,
This booking,
this booking.
yes,
Ms. Naik, in fact, requested a booking in August 2015,
August 2015,
2015,
not 2014.
not 20,
Okay,
which also was cancelled and not used.
was not pursued.
Was, yes.
Yeah.
It was booked, it was cancelled, but it was cancelled. So
Yeah.
we never used it.
Okay.
So, Ms. Suleiman's recollection in terms of who requested this flight is incorrect.
Okay,
On the 6th of August 2014, however, we did fly to Dubai. And I requested that flight. So from that perspective, that is the state of the paragraph 22.2.
so is your response that one, Ms. Suleiman is mistaken in saying it was your partner who requested that she make that booking, but that the position is that you asked her to make the booking. That's 2 and 3. You and your partner did travel, fly from Johannesburg on 6 August 2014 to Dubai and back to Johannesburg on 12 August 2014. That part you say is correct.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, all right. And with regard to the ticket numbers, you don't dispute those, even though maybe you might not recall whether those are the correct numbers.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chair, if I recall those ticket numbers,
Sorry?
if I recall these ticket numbers, I'd be really,
You'll be a genius.
no, I'd be that second word that you used.
Okay, so, but the trip did happen, and it was booked through or by Travel Excellence. It was requested, the booking was requested by you. And then, did it cost 60,000 Rand?
Mr. Chair, if you look at the invoice that Ms. Suleiman attaches to the affidavit, again, I
Yeah.
don't recall this invoice offhand.
That
But-
is double S6.
Yes, double S6. But it seems like the number is in the ballpark of what I recall.
Yeah,
Okay? In terms of the ticket prices
Yes.
and so on.
Yeah.
But what is anomalous, Mr. Chair, is if you look at the invoice itself, okay? Now, double S6 on page 1565.17.
Okay, I'm there, yes.
So if you look at it, Mr. Chair, you look at airfare and you look at airfare for Mr. Singh and Ms. Naik, the first two lines.
Yeah,
You see it actually is 20,000 and 20,000. Then you have airport taxes, 10,000 and 10,000, coming to a balance of 60,000.
yes,
Okay? Now, when you compare that to the Serendipity Tours invoice, which is on page 1565.16,
Yeah.
the page before that, you will see, Mr. Chair, that there is a discrepancy in the airport tax.
in respect of the airport tax.
Yes, if you look
Yeah,
on the travel excellence invoice, it's airport taxes of 10,000, 10,000 straight. Okay? If you look at the invoice from Serendipity, the taxes are 6,000. So basically, if you look at the line airport taxes, and airport taxes subject to VAT. So you basically 6,6267 plus 322.81. Are you there, Mr.?
I'm looking, but I think,
Okay,
I'm
so if you look,
thinking in the meantime whether we should go into the details because you say the trip, the booking was requested by you.
but Mr.
and
Chair,
you're traveling,
the
yeah.
point that one has
Yes.
to take.
Yes,
So the point I'm making, Mr.
yeah,
is that there's a discrepancy
yes.
between, let's call it
60,000 rand.
60,000 Rand and a source document from
Yes.
Serendipity.
Yes,
Now, the reason why I make that point, Mr. Chair, is this 60,000 is tied back to a EFT or a bank settlement from somebody. Let's not say Mr. S or whoever. Let's
Yeah.
just say somebody.
yes,
Okay? Now, and again, when we go through each of the invoices, you'll see the same pattern. Is that it's linked to some bank statement with some value. And then you have an invoice that's generated that equals it. But it is not supported by the actual, let's call it, for want of a better word,
Yeah.
external invoice. If this
The one
invoice
that goes
in
out.
itself can be reliable. Because if you look at the date on which the Serendipity invoices are generated, they're generated on the 13th of November 2018.
I'm sorry, where do you see that?
So if you look at 1565.16,
Yes,
if you go right at the bottom, Mr. Chair, on the bottom left-hand corner, you see there, Mr. Chair, there's a date,
13 November 2018.
and I think there's a time
Yeah,
as well. Now,
you regard that date as a date for what?
that's what I'm saying. I don't know what that date is. Because if this travel happened in 2014, I would expect this invoice to be dated 2014, not 2018. And if it was a duplicate invoice,
Which invoice, Mr. Singh?
The one,
Serendipity
1565,
1565.16.
But the date is there in that block.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you look at the bottom,
31 July 2014.
yes, but if you look at the bottom,
Yes.
at the bottom left-hand corner, you see a date of 13/11/2018.
But I think, Mr. Singh, until we know what they say or she says this date represents, it's difficult to say much about it because there is nothing indicating what it is for. Whereas if you look at the top, you can understand that that is document number, that's date, and that's account number and so on. But here at the bottom, there's just a date and a time, and I don't know whether the words SUP or what. But otherwise, there's nothing written which gives us an idea what that date represents. Maybe she can be asked to do a supplementary affidavit and say, tell us what that date represents, and then you can comment on it to see whether what it means.
No, I take that, Mr. Chair, but again, I am asked to comment on a document that's in here.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, from what I see, and I'm commenting on the issues that you're presenting with me in terms of the document.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
take your point that maybe when she comes, she can explain.
Yes.
And maybe at the same time, she can explain as to why the serendipity invoice is 53,270 and her invoice is 60.
Just repeat that point.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if you look at the serendipity invoice, the total,
A person, maybe my client must just, when he deals with the invoices, refer to the annexure numbers and the pages, so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, let's, well, it's important to refer to at least the page. It's
so on
just
one,
that these page numbers are long.
longer. So it's 1565.16, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay.
If you look at the invoice totals,
Yeah,
and then you'll see there's a line below that says less to card.
yes.
So it's 53,270. Okay? So that is effectively the total that was the cost of these tickets from Serendipity. Then you will see that the 1565.17, which is a travel excellence invoice, you now have an amount of 60,000 in there.
Yeah,
Okay? So there's a discrepancy of 7,000.
yeah, yeah.
And it's all allocated to airport taxes, which is not
Which is
correct.
high. Yeah, okay.
And also, Mr. Chair, I would understand that, yes, travel excellence has to charge for their service. So there would be a discrepancy between serendipity and travel excellence,
Yeah,
but not to the value of 7,000.
yeah. Yeah, she can be asked to deal with all the queries you raise insofar as they need to be explained.
Yeah.
But this one, the point is you accept that she made bookings for you. It was at your request for you and your partner to travel to Dubai and back on the dates given. I guess the next thing is, did you pay her to settle whatever the invoice was, whether it was 60,000 rand or whatever, in regard to this trip?
Mr. Chair, I think a general comment across all of the travels is
About
that,
payment.
as I said, I paid for all of them.
You paid all of them?
I paid for all of them.
Okay. Would
In the
you-
manner I described to you.
Yes. Would you have any proof of payment in regard to payments you made for these trips, where you had requested them to make?
Mr. Chair, I will have to check, but I don't think.
Yeah. But where you made payment by way of cash, because you said there would have been such occasions, they would have had to issue you with receipts, I would imagine.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but I don't think I have kept any of them.
Yes. And where you paid by way of EFT, that should be able to be traced in your accounts, bank accounts.
Mr. Chair, I think if there were occasions when that happened, there would be those records.
Sorry?
I said on the occasions when those happened, there would be those records. Unfortunately, for me to go back and access them, all my bank accounts have been closed. So accessing bank records is a problem.
Yes. But to the extent that the commission might be able to trace that, if your cooperation is required, you would give your cooperation.
Mr. Chair, we'll consider it together.
You'll consider it. Yeah, because the commission, the banks have been quite cooperative whenever the commission has issued with them with summonses to disclose certain information. They have, generally speaking, been very cooperative. So, of course, some of it may be done without your consent, but to the extent that your cooperation might be required, that's why I was asking. But you have said that you and your legal team would consider.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right. But again, her version here is quite clear, namely that it was Mr. Essa who settled this invoice. She says Mr. Essa paid via EFT to her net bank account, and she subsequently transferred the money from her net bank account to the account of Travel Excellence. So I take it that you are not in a position to deny whether Mr. Essa made some payment to her in regard to this trip, and she moved the money from her net bank account into the account of Travel Excellence. All you are saying is, one, you never asked Mr. Essa to do that. Two, you don't see any need why Mr. Essa would have done that, because he had not been involved in this booking. You had requested the booking yourself. And two, and three, you say you paid.
That's correct, Mr.
So if Mr. Essa made some payment, maybe that's their own thing, but you settled this account on your own.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, not to forget that, and I'll come back to the discrepancies in the invoices are a big issue.
Are a big issue.
Are a big issue.
No,
And you'll
I
see,
understand
and you'll
that.
see why.
No, I understand that. I understand that. Okay, Mr. Seleka?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say on that aspect, Chair, it's a inter partes transaction. If Mr. Singh says he was overcharged, he must go after Travel Excellence.
No.
The commission, what are we going to do with it?
Let's not get this incorrect, Mr. Seleka.
Yeah.
I did not say I was overcharged.
Well, I'm saying if you say you were overcharged.
That is why I'm saying I was not overcharged.
Oh, okay.
Because this invoice is a fabricated invoice. I'm telling you, this invoice has been created to equal an amount that appears on the bank statement.
Okay, wait. Because I also wanted to comment on that. The invoice, let's go to it, is dated 31 July 2014. That's the invoice on page 1565.17.
Sorry, what?
1565.17. The one we've been dealing with.
That's the invoice.
Say again?
That's the invoice.
Yes, that's Travel Excellence invoice.
Yes.
31 July 2014. You see that?
That is correct.
Yeah. Now, they say they received payment on 6 August 2014. That is on page 1565.19.
1565.19.
Yes.
That is correct.
And then there is that electronic banking transfer they're talking about on the page before that. Also dated August, 5 August 2014, which is the very first entry, TX date. And the amount is 60,000. The amount is 60,000 on that receipt. So I'm not sure, what are you saying the invoice has been created to match the amount? Because the invoice comes before the payment.
I could also, we've dealt with backdating quite significantly in this commission.
We've dealt with?
I've said we've dealt with backdating of documents quite extensively.
No, only insofar as it relates to your MSA, your letter.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I think as I've said, in my view, if you look at the receipt, if Ms. Suleiman is to continue with this thread, Ms. Suleiman should then have to use the Travel Excellence bank statement that reflects the deposit of 60,000. Here there's just this rudimentary receipt that's again produced. Okay? That references Mr. SI and an EFT. Similarly, Mr. Chair, in terms of this electronic banking contract, there's no stamp as to where this thing originates from. There's the authenticity of this, I'm not too sure what it is like. And it only reflects a deposit. So where is the payment?
You're now talking about Mr. Esa's payment.
Mr. Chair, if you look at 1565.18, it's purported to be a bank statement.
Yes.
That reflects an amount of 60,000 being paid to Ms. Solomon. I
Yeah.
think. And then Ms. Solomon asserts that this amount was then transferred to Travel Excellence Bank account. So, on her version, I would have expected her to have a bank statement that reflects her bank statement,
Yeah.
that reflects a contra of 60,000 that's going out. And then a Travel Excellence bank statement to show 60,000 coming in. Just to deal with her version.
Yeah.
Not in relation to my ticket and
Yeah.
what I paid.
Yes.
So that is the deficiencies that we have with this.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Those points should be raised with Ms. Solomon, so that she can deal with them maybe in a supplementary affidavit, but she must still come and give evidence. Maybe she'll deal with that. But some of the points that Mr. Singh is raising are things that should be easy to address.
Chairperson, there's one more, and based on the points that was raised by my clients, of course, it's very easy through metadata to establish when a document was generated and when not. So that's a further point that can potentially be looked at.
Well, also, I mean, if the relevant banks can just produce these documents, then it's very objective, and so that would be that should be easy to just obtain the relevant documents from the bank. But if Mr. Singh, it is true that Mr. Salim Essa did pay Travel Excellence in respect of this, in respect of your traveling, even if he did so without, or if he did so without you having asked him, or without any arrangement between the two of you. Are you able to say why he would do that? In other words, an amount, let us say, according to Ms. Solomon, an amount of 60,000 rand was paid by Mr. Salim Essa in respect of your traveling and your partner's traveling. Now, I understand the issues you have raised about this bank statement, but let's assume that in the end, the banks provide proof of the payments, and it's established that indeed Mr. Salim Essa made the payment. Why would he make a payment in respect of your traveling and your partner's traveling?
Well, Mr. Chair, I can emphatically say that he never did so.
Well, I guess that you can't say that because you were not there to see whether he made the payment. What you can say is you never asked him.
Chairperson,
No, Mr. Chair, I'm saying he never made payments on my behalf.
On your
behalf.
Oh.
So,
Chairperson, sorry, with the greatest of respect, my client stated it as a fact, and I thought we were dealing with facts. He paid for this ticket.
No, I'm not dealing with that. If after all the evidence is in, Mr. Singh, the fact remains that Mr. Salim Essa made payment to Travel Excellence, and that payment was in regard to your trip and your partner's trip. If you never asked him to do so, and if there was no arrangement between the two of you that he should pay for it, why would he do that? Because that question will arise if, as a matter of fact, when all the evidence is in, the fact stares us in our face that Mr. Salim Essa did make the payment on the date given by Ms. Solomon, and that the payment was in regard to your trip and your partner's trip, the two of you. So I'm saying the question that will stare us in the face is, if you never asked him to pay for you, if there was no arrangement between the two of you that he should pay for you, why would he have paid this amount?
This
In
isn't
regard to your trip?
This isn't hypothetical, Mr.
No, it's not hypothetical in the sense that if the bank documents that will be asked for, if they reveal that, it will be a reality. Of course, if they reveal that there was no payment, that's the end of the matter. No payment by Mr. Essa, that's the end of that matter.
Okay, let's deal with it like this, Mr. Chair. As you said when you started this line of inquiry, you said, I cannot actually say or not say
Yes.
whether Mr. Essa paid or didn't pay.
Yes, yes.
These amounts,
Yes,
not for
yes.
my travel.
Yes.
Let's leave the travel aside. So if they are indeed amounts that Mr. Essa would have paid for to Ms. Sulo, for whatever reason, those things may have happened, but it's not necessarily that he paid for my travel. In your case, Mr. Chair, you are posing to me, if the bank statements come back and it reflects these 60,000 amounts, as Ms. Suleiman alludes to, I still find it difficult to understand how it will be then associated with the fact that it was for my travel.
Well, this is what I'm raising with you. You were not there when, according to Ms. Solomon, she had communication with Mr. Salim Essa about this payment. She says that the payment was made by Mr. Salim Essa was for your trip. Okay. Now, I was suggesting to you earlier on that you can't deny what was said between the two of them because you were not there.
That's true.
Okay. But what you can say is, if Mr. Salim Essa said to Ms. Solomon he was paying for your trip, he was saying so without you having requested him to do it. That's what you can say. And it might surprise you, that is another thing. But if I were to believe Ms. Solomon that this is what she was told by Mr. Salim Essa, then I would then come back and say, well, on the one hand, you say you never asked Mr. Salim Essa, but we all know the trip did happen.
Yes.
And Ms. Solomon, based on her affidavit, it seems is not going to say you paid for this amount based on this. I don't know when she comes what she will say, but based on this, it looks like she will say, it's Mr. Salim Essa who paid. And then I will have to ask myself the question, but what are the probabilities that Mr. Salim Essa would pay this amount, say to Ms. Solomon, I'm paying for Mr. Singh's trip, without the two of them having spoken, without an arrangement? That's what I will be faced with. And I'm giving you a chance to say, this is how this can be explained, if there is an explanation that can be given. But you might say, well, I don't know how it could happen, and I can't offer any destination. All I can say is I never asked him to, and I paid for the trip myself.
Well, that's where it stays, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Let's go back to Ms. Suleiman's affidavit. Well, I must just say this part is not captured in the Transnet request to you. So let's go to paragraph 22.3 of Ms. Suleiman's affidavit,
Sorry, what page are you on?
page 1565.5.
15.5.
Yeah. The 6 November trip. Paragraph 22.3.
I'm there, sir.
Thank you. The booking was requested for Mr. Singh to fly from Johannesburg on 6 November 2014 to Dubai and back to Johannesburg on 9 November 2014. I cannot recall who made the request. Mr. Singh was issued with ticket number 4724296595, CSS9. The total cost was 55,775 rand, which was charged to Mr. Sa's account, CSS 10. From my recollection, I received a call from Mr. Singh, who informed me that a driver would be dropping off cash to settle their account. As per Mr. Singh's advice, a driver dropped off the cash on 11 November 2014. I attach here to the receipt issued 11 November 2014, CSS 11. This amount was deposited into our bank account together with other cash we had on hand. The amount deposited on 11 November 2014, inclusive of the 55,775 rand, amounted to 65,700 rand. Now, the first question, again, Mr. Singh, is whether there was a booking for you from Johannesburg.
I guess, Mr. Selega, better to start with the question whether there was a trip on those dates to that destination. Did you travel, Mr. Singh, from Johannesburg? Did you travel on 6 November 2014 from Johannesburg to Dubai? Did you come back from Dubai on 9 November 2014?
Sorry, Mr.
We are at paragraph 22.3, page 1565.5.
Yes,
There was a trip.
there was a trip.
Okay, and it was to Dubai, from Joburg to Dubai, and from Dubai to Johannesburg, and on the dates given there.
That is,
You agree?
that is correct.
Okay, all right.
That is correct.
Okay, then the next thing is whether it's true that the booking was made by Travel Excellence.
Yes, Mr.
That's all. And then the next question is, who requested the booking?
Mr. Chair, I would have.
Sorry?
I would have.
You would have. Okay, all right. And what do you say about the payment? She says she received a call from you, and you informed her that a driver would be dropping off cash to settle the account. And she says the account was 55,775 rand.
I'm just getting there, to the relevant annexure.
Maybe the amount should be the last thing, because we might need to check. But in terms of you having called and told her a driver would deliver the cash to her, do you recall that?
Mr. Chair, I think it was basically the same as I explained to you before. That I would have paid for this.
Yeah.
In terms of the method of payment, we'll have to check and get back.
Okay, but you would have paid it,
Yes,
either cash or...
Some method.
Okay, all right. So the use of a driver, you say you did not use a driver to drop cash to pay this.
Mr. Chair, in terms of this specific one, I cannot. I said in this specific instance, I cannot recall.
You cannot recall.
Yes.
It is possible?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Seleka. Or do you want to say anything about the amount?
I was just going to go to the particular annex.
SS10.
SS10.
Okay.
Page 1565, 121.
Mr. Chair, other than again the discrepancy in terms of the airport taxes, I think nothing else that I want to raise around the invoice.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And the dates of payment that she gives there, you don't take issue with the dates, or do you?
Mr. Chair, I see that there's a travel excellence bank statement at SS12 that reflects an amount of 65,700 again,
Yeah,
and she explains this by virtue of the fact that there was other cash
Yeah.
that needed to be deposited.
yes,
So again, Mr. Chair, I don't see a bank stamped slip
Yes.
that indicates how the 65 was made up.
yes,
Normally, you would go and deposit or indicate, this is the makeup of this 65.
okay,
And it's made up of 55 or 50 or from this person or that person or something. So I don't see that.
okay. Mr. Seleka?
Chair, I didn't get the answer to your question whether, Mr. Singh, you take issue with the cash receipt.
With it? No, he said he doesn't
doesn't
take
take-
issue with
Okay.
with that. I asked him about the dates, that's what do you take issue with the dates that she gives for payment?
No, Mr.
No,
No,
okay.
No, that's
All
fine.
right. Mr. Seleka?
So just out of interest, Chair, if we might go again to the Transnet file, 5 bracket B, page 427. Because this particular trip is reflected there. 427, Mr. Singh, paragraph 1, 113.6.
This is on the 10-6 notice.
Yes. So again is you're required, let me wait for you, 427. You are there? 1.13.6. Yeah. Relates to your return trip to Dubai between...
I'm sorry, Mr. Seleka. Is it possible to pull your mic closer to you, or is it not movable?
Nothing.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Thank you, Chair. Relates to your return trip to Dubai between 6 November 2014 to 9 November 2014. The dates coincide with Ms. Suleiman's. You shared a flight to Dubai with Mr. Salim Essa on EK 766. Shall we first deal with that?
Well, do you want to, or I thought you would take us to the answer,
Yes,
because
that's
if
right.
there's an answer,
That's
let's
right.
look at the answer before he says anything.
Yes, the answer.
But maybe you read the whole of that, of 11 of 1.13.6.
Should
Then
I?
we go to the answer.
Thank you. So the first part is the second part. You shared a flight to Dubai with Mr. Salim Essa on EK 766. The following individuals were in Dubai during the same period. Should I read
Yeah,
the names of these individuals? Mr. Ashok Narayan, Mr. Sanjay Grover, Mr. Gezinglizio,
Gezinhliziyo, Vincent Zuma.
Vincent Zuma, thank you, Chair. Mr. Zwelakhe
Nhlanganiso Nchebe.
Ms. Julia Basetsana Kumalo, Yuvan Naiju, Mr. Abraham Stephanus Berger, Mr. Mohammed Imtiaz Ahmed Patel, and Mr. Mohammed Iqbal Surf. Survey.
And then let's go to the
Mr. Singh must
answer.
help me. Mr. Singh's affidavit, the relevant paragraph is on page 482 of the same Transnet, the same bundle, yes.
482.
482. Paragraph 60, 61, 62. So Mr. Singh answers at paragraph 1.13.36, return trip, Dubai, 6 November 2014 to 9 November 2014. Paragraph 60, I confirm that I traveled, returned to Dubai on the dates set out above. 61. Now 61, Chair, is an answer to, you shared a flight to Dubai with Mr. Salim Essa on EK 766. Mr. Singh answers, I have no knowledge whether the individuals, oh no, which one are you answering? Let's go to 62. Sorry, Chair. He answers at 62. Lastly, I take note of the allegation that I allegedly shared a flight with Salim Essa. I, however, deny that I knew that he was on the same flight.
I think, well, one, it seems Mr. Singh admits that he traveled to Dubai and back to Johannesburg on the dates given in the directive. He has no knowledge he says he has no knowledge whether the individuals listed in the directive in that paragraph were also in Dubai during the period mentioned. And he doesn't deny that Mr. Salim Essa was in the same flight, but he says he was not aware of that.
Is that correct?
Now, is the relevant paragraph of the directive, which is responded to here, doesn't coincide with 22.3 of Ms. Solomon's affidavit?
Yes, Chair.
That's correct?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So you said, Mr. Singh, in effect, you're saying there's nothing there's nothing strange about paragraph 22.3 about the trip, because you requested Ms. Solomon to make that booking and she made it and you traveled and you paid them.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, Mr. Singh, this is in November 2014. You would have known Mr. Essa at this time.
I have no recollection specifically, Mr. Chair, of when I actually, as I said, met Mr. Essa. I don't think I can answer the question definitively.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Let's continue.
Let's move on. Paragraph 22.4.
We're back on that.
We are back at Ms. Suleiman's affidavit. This is towards the end of 2014, Mr. Singh. You were at Transnet at the time. This is November 2014.
Sorry, which paragraph are we?
Sorry, I just want to piggyback on the last point.
On which paragraph?
Yeah. About
It just wants you to confirm that towards the end of 2014, you were still at Transnet.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And I thought I understood that you had on a couple of occasions met with Mr. Salim Essa in 2014.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you just don't recall when was that?
No.
So you knew Mr. Essa towards or by the end of 2014, you knew Mr. Essa.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think I said that it was probably in 2013, 2014 timeframe.
Yes.
Well, I thought you said 2012, 2013.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
2012, 2013 timeframe.
Yes.
And I thought you also said once or twice.
Yes.
That's right.
So,
But you have agreed when Mr. Selega says on a couple of occasions. So that seems to me to make it more than once or twice, but maybe not really. But it's once or twice.
Yes,
That's
Mr.
right.
Chair.
And around 2013,
That is correct, Mr.
and not 2014.
No, Mr.
Okay.
so this is a man you would recognize if he was on the same flight with you, or on the same bus, or train, or car.
Well, a train could be very long if you are in the same. Coach.
Flight, yes. You would
Well,
recognize
the question is whether, based on the fact that in 2012, 2013, you had met him once or twice, whether in 2014, if you met him in the same flight in which you were traveling, you would recognize him.
Mr. Chair, I think I would have recognized him, but I did not meet him on the flight.
You did not record, you did not see him on the occasion.
No.
No.
that. So let's go then to paragraph 22.4 of Ms. Suleiman's affidavit. Eskom Bundle 18, bracket C, a booking was requested for Mr. Singh to fly from Johannesburg on 23 February 2015 to Dubai and back to Johannesburg on 26 February 2015. I cannot...
You were frequenting Dubai, Mr. Singh, in 2014 and early 2015. Yes, continue, Mr. Selega.
Where was I? I cannot recall.
22.4.
Yes. I cannot recall who made the request. Mr. Singh was issued with ticket number 1959 734196 CSS 13. The total cost was 31,000 rand, which was charged to Mr. Essa's account, SS 14. From my recollection, I received a call from Mr. Singh, who informed me that a driver would be dropping off cash to settle the account. As per Mr. Singh's advice, the driver dropped off the cash to myself, which was deposited with reference S.Essa on 6 March 2015, CSS 15. The reason the deposit reference reflects S.Essa was because the amount was used to settle Mr. Essa's account. I also attach here to the receipt issued, dated 6 March 2015, CSS 16. Again, Mr. Singh, the trip between those dates, 23 February 2015 to 26 February 2015, do you confirm it?
Yes.
From Johannesburg to Dubai?
I confirm it.
You confirm.
So you confirm that on 23 February 2015, you flew from Johannesburg to Dubai, and on 26 February 2015, flew back from Dubai to Johannesburg. Okay? And who had requested Ms. Solomon to make the booking?
Mr. Chair, that would have been.
Sorry?
I did, Mr.
You did, okay. Continue, Mr. Solomon.
Yes. And you also confirm the facts regarding payment? You calling her, saying the driver would come to drop off the cash?
Mr. Just as I've said in the previous response, I'm not too sure about this part, but at the end of the day, I paid for the trips.
Yes, you can't remember
Yes.
whether you sent a driver, but you made the payment.
Yes.
And can you recall whether it was in cash Or you say it might have been in cash, it might have been in some other way?
Some other form.
Yes.
But we, as I said, we will look into it.
Yes. And do you take issue with the amount?
Mr. Chair, we'll have to go to the,
Would have to go there.
back to the,
But if you say more or less, it's fine, I don't know if we need to go there because you may be making the same points that you have made in regard to the others. But if you make a different point, that's different.
well, Mr. Chair, just two things.
You want us to go there?
If we can go to SS 14,
Yeah, okay.
which is 1565.
SS 14, what's the page, 1565?
1565.25.
25.
Okay, I'm there.
The first point, Mr. Chair, is if you look at Ms. Suleiman's statement, she says that I was scheduled to fly on the 23rd and return on the 26th, per paragraph 22.4.
Yes.
However, Mr. Chief, if you go to 1565.25,
Yes,
you see that there's a return date of the 1st of March.
yes.
So the statement obviously is incorrect in terms of the return date
Yeah,
of the 26th. It should be the 1st of March if the invoice is to be correct.
yeah,
Then you will see, Mr. Chair, if you look at the first FA column, the airport tax column, and the total column. If you take the FA and you add it to the airport taxes, which is 20,000 plus 20,000, it does not give you a total of 30,000. That total should be 40,000. And then if you add 1,000 to that, the grand total should be 41,000. But then if you look at the total columns at the bottom, the 10 plus the 20 plus the 10 gives you 31. It doesn't give you 41. So again,
you say there is a discrepancy with the numbers, with the figures.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Yes, but other than that, you admit the trip, but you say you paid for yourself.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. But the reason why I raised this issue with the discrepancy on the invoice is because it is used to justify a deposit or deposits or EFTs that have been made that can be proved.
Yes.
Yet the substance of this invoice does not make sense.
Yes, yeah.
So
Okay, all
I
right.
think that's all I want to know.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then continue, Mr. Siliga.
Thank you, Chair. So if we may again go to the Transnet 5 brackets B, page 427.
Sorry. 1 second.
Page 427, paragraph 1.13.5, which seems to correlate with Ms. Suleiman's affidavit, paragraph 22.4.
Mr. Siliga, can I disturb you and ask you something else that I don't want to forget?
Yes, Chair.
And I remember it because I'm going to ask that your team works on my bundle to indicate per paragraph what Mr. Singh's response was, where he says, I admit that this trip did happen
I see.
on that date, from there to there and back. But I requested the booking. I didn't send a driver, or I'm not sure I sent a driver, but I made the payment. In regard to each paragraph, I would like something like that.
Yes, Chair.
But precisely because I now wanted to ask you to make sure your team can do that, I remembered that there's a homework that your team was supposed to do in regard to Eskom, that document relating to Mr. Tsotsi and Ms. Lynn Brown about the composition of the various committees. You will recall that some
Yes.
time back,
Yes,
I had asked that your team should work on that and produce
correct,
a document.
correct.
Initially, the document that had been produced was not correct. I said it should be
Correct.
redone. And last time we talked about it, I said, your team must give me the document. I haven't received it. Now, I didn't want to forget that because it's important. So
Yes,
if you can make sure that I get that not later than tomorrow.
yes,
Yeah, that one. But in regard to this one, this is the request I'm making.
yes.
Okay?
That's right, Chair.
Okay, all right. So you can continue. So I'm
Yes.
hoping I can get this one not later than Monday.
Yes, yes, we should be
Yeah.
able to provide to the
Yeah, okay.
I'll do it myself, Chair.
Okay, okay. I disturbed you while you were on something, so
Yes. No, but I'm fine.
yes.
Mr. Singh, that's Eskom, Transnet, 5 bracket B, page 427, paragraph 1.13.5, which I said seemed to correspond with Ms. Suleiman's paragraph 22.4. So this relates to return trip to Dubai between 23 February 2015 and 1 March 2015. So I think, is that one of the discrepancy we are trying to point out in the invoice or the air ticket? That it has a date of 1 March.
That is correct.
So it seems to be here.
I agree.
You see, okay, thank you. The following individuals were in Dubai during the same period. And the names are there, Chairperson. Some of them are difficult to pronounce for me.
Tell me which ones are difficult to pronounce.
Can I read the ones which are familiar? Mr. Salim Essa is also there.
Well, tell me when you are stuck. I will
Okay.
come to your aid.
Thank you, Chair. So there's Akash Ghat, Ashok Narayan, Sanjay Groover, Vivian Keith Oates. Mr. Singh, may I pause there? We haven't asked you whether you knew these people or you know them. Do you know these people? You don't know Akash Ghat.
Well, okay.
Do you know Akash, Mr. Akash Ghat?
No, sir.
Ashok Narayan,
No, sir.
Sanjay Groover,
No, sir.
Vivian Keith Oates.
I do, sir.
You do. How do you know him?
If it is indeed the same Vivian Keith Oates that I know, then it would be, he was the head of internal audit at Eskom, at Transnet.
At Transnet.
Yes, on behalf of Ernst & Young.
On behalf of Ernst & Young.
That's correct.
Thank you. Shamim Sheikh?
No,
You do not. Is that Mogamed Rafiq Vargas?
no.
Rajesh Kumar Gupta?
Mr. Chair, as I testified before, I know Mr. Gupta.
You know Mr. Gupta. Mr. Rajesh Gupta.
That's
Riaz Saluji?
No,
Michael Andrew Thomas Harley?
no,
Abram Stefanos Berger?
no.
Salim Aziz Essa?
As I testified, I've met him once or twice.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Stefan Nell?
No,
Zwela K. Nhlanganiso.
Hlanganiso.
no, sir.
Nche- You don't know him.
No,
Hamza Faruqi?
no, sir.
Michael Rodenberg?
No, sir.
Patrick Makubedu?
No, sir.
Kim Valerie Davids?
If it is indeed Miss Brown's PA, then I've met her in her official capacity.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Now there's Lynette Brown. I don't know whether that's Linnell or Lynette Brown. Could that be the minister? Do you know?
He might
Well,
not be able
if this refers to the minister, then I know the minister, but if it is not the minister, then I don't know who this is.
And Mabui Kanyo Imogen Mashazi.
No, sir.
No.
No.
Well, they say they were in Dubai at the same time as you. Your affidavit is on page 481. On page 481, you answer, you provide information in response. At paragraph 1.13.5, return trip to Dubai, 23 February 2015 to 1 March 2015. Paragraph 58, you say, I confirm that I traveled, returned to Dubai on the dates set out above.
Sorry, sir, where are you? Page
481
48.
of the same bundle.
Paragraph
58.
50.
I've read 58, you confirm the dates. 59, you say, I have no knowledge whether the individuals listed in this paragraph were in Dubai during the period mentioned, since I have not been provided with any proof thereof.
Mr. Seleka, let me complete what I would like to be done to make my job easier.
Yes.
I need a document that will link what the paragraphs in Ms. Solomon's affidavit, link it with the questions in the directive, link it with the answers in Mr. Singh's affidavit, so that one can see it at the same time.
Correct.
Yes,
And his answers.
Yeah,
before
and
you
his
know.
answers, yes, yeah. Okay, all right. So now, this answer at paragraph 58 and 59, paragraphs 58 and 59, relates to what paragraph in Ms. Solomon's affidavit?
22.4.
22.4.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. So, that trip, Mr. Singh, which you have admitted, was it a Transnet business trip or was it a personal trip?
The
one dealt with in paragraph 22.4 of Ms. Solomon's affidavit that you deal with in the paragraph that we have just looked at in your affidavit, namely paragraphs 58 and 59.
Mr. Chair, they're personal.
Personal?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure whether we asked him in regard to each of the trips because it becomes important to know whether it was personal or
Yes.
or business, because his affidavit doesn't always indicate whether it was personal or business.
Correct, yeah. We know, Mr. Singh, you've at least identified one, which is the first one of 8 June 2014, as according to your recollection, is I think it's 2.
No, Mr. Chair, if you look at, let's make it easy. Of all the flights that are covered by Ms. Solomon, they're all barring one, and we'll come to the one now,
yes.
private trips.
Okay.
The one that we have a little bit of a contention with is the first one.
Yes, okay.
Which I'm saying, she records it, but
Yeah.
I'm saying I have a different version as to
Yes,
how that
yeah.
happened.
Okay, no, that helps. Then we know that except that one, your version is all the others which you admit as were private.
Yes. Mr. Chair, your issue comes in when you're looking at the 10.6 direct.
Yes, okay.
There's a mixture there.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
okay. No, that's fine.
Okay. So at least the ones in this affidavit, except for one, are private, personal.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Let's let's complete what you need to ask him about, paragraph 22.4. Then let's take an adjournment, a 10 minutes adjournment. We'll take the 10 minutes adjournment, and then when we come back, I'll hear what is going to happen about the evening session from the work stream concerned and
Yes.
lawyers involved. So we'll interpose, and then, depending on what I'm told, we'll take it from there.
Yes.
Okay. Do you still have questions on that paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Mr. Singh, have we, you accepting everything there with the payments as well?
Well, not everything. He doesn't accept the issue of a driver, but says he's not sure whether he would have sent a driver, but
Yes.
he says in the end, the payment came from him. Is that right, Mr. Singh?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And the amount, 31,000 rand?
Mr. Chair,
You have commented.
I've commented on that in terms of the discrepancy on the invoice.
Yeah.
Okay. But your recollection of what you paid?
Mr. Chair, as I said, I don't have a recollection of the exact amounts like
Okay.
in the previous.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the issue of the invoice
Yeah.
discrepancy
Yeah.
linking to the deposit in the bank statement is obviously a concern.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, but so the substance of the allegations,
Yeah, I think except for the issue of the driver and the issue of the discrepancy in the amount,
yeah,
the invoice, in substance, he
the
accepts.
rest is.
Yeah.
Chair,
Okay.
yeah, it might be an opportune time.
Yeah. Let's take a 10-minute adjournment, then we adjourn.
Thank you.
informed what the state of affairs is with regard to the evening session that was planned. I was going to hear Ms. Norma Gigaba's evidence. Mr. Maibek, do you want to tell me anything?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We did, during the course of the morning, receive a letter from Ms. Gigaba's attorneys advising that she withdraws from her participation in the commission. Ms. Gigaba's attorney is here. She has a copy of the letter. Might I suggest that she be allowed to address you and hand up the letter formally?
Yes, okay, all right. If you can do it, if your mic is working, you can do it from where you are. That's fine. Just make sure your mic is working, or otherwise they can sanitize the podium and then you can.
I think it is working, Chair.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
I think you can just start by placing yourself on record, and then you can tell me what you need to tell me.
Okay. The full name, Gwalisile Makatini from RMT Attorneys.
Yes,
I represent Ms. Norma Gigaba.
yes.
Okay. We received instructions, Chair, last night that Ms. Gigaba would like to withdraw her participation from the commission. And I, this morning, addressed the letter to the commission advising it of that to that effect.
Yes. Would you like to read that letter into the record?
Yes, Chair. Okay. To the Secretary of the Commission, as advised by the Commission on Friday, 9 April 2021, that our client, Ms. Ngoma, was scheduled to give evidence before the Commission today, the 13th April 2021. 2, this letter serves to inform the Commission that as of late yesterday, we received instructions from our client informing us of 1, her personal concerns with how various aspects regarding her proposed appearance at the Commission has been handled or allegedly mishandled by the Commission. And 2, her decision to therefore withdraw her participation in the work of the Commission. We are further instructed to inform the Commission accordingly of the above, as we hereby do.
Okay. Is there anything you are able to tell me other than what's in the letter about her decision?
There is nothing, Chair, as
Nothing
I've not yet even had an opportunity to consult in detail,
Yes.
other than what she discussed with me before writing this letter.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Maibek, what do you say about this situation?
Well, we're not apprised of precisely the detail of Ms. Gigaba's complaints in relation to the Commission. Obviously, those are things that can be addressed in the course of the evidence. What we would like to place on record for present purposes, DCJ, is the letter came as something of a surprise to us because Ms. Gigaba was scheduled to give evidence remotely from Cape Town on Friday afternoon. The next thing that we learnt of was this letter. And I think precious little could have happened between Friday afternoon and Tuesday morning. But that we can deal with in time. What we propose to do is then to issue a summons so that Ms. Gigaba is compelled to come and give evidence before you. She, of course, then will be at liberty to detail whatever her concerns are.
Yes.
We understand that it's obviously difficult for you to schedule her evidence immediately as of now, but we just do point out that obviously for the purpose of the summons, the sooner we get a date, the better, because then we can issue the summons.
Yeah.
And I think it would probably be in the interest of everyone that her evidence be heard sooner than later.
Yeah.
You also know, DCJ, that Mr. Gigaba himself has brought an application to, in the first instance, suppress the evidence of Ms. Gigaba. So when the matter is set down again, it may be most practical that Mr. Gigaba's application is then heard before Ms. Gigaba gives it.
Yes. No, that's fine. It is surprising that she made this decision. She was scheduled to give evidence on, I think, Friday. We were told, I was told, she was ready to do so via Zoom or virtually from Cape Town. And then I adjourned the hearing of her evidence to this afternoon or evening. And so I wonder what is that could have happened in the meantime. But it seems to me that you are right in saying that she should be compelled to give evidence, and if she has anything to say, she will say it after the summons has been issued and when she appears in response to the summons. So I do authorize that a summons be issued against her. I will give a date to the legal team to insert in the summons as to when she must appear before the commission. So, yes, and then with regard to Mr. Gigaba's application, that will be set down for hearing before the commencement of Ms. Gigaba's evidence on the day that she will be required to give evidence. So let's leave it at that, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
May we
Thank-
be
thank you.
excused?
You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we can resume with Mr. Singh's evidence. Have you had a chance to sanitize properly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see
right.
our helper might be sleepy.
Did they go on strike? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
We have an understanding that we'll try and finish or adjourn at about 5:45.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Singh, we unfortunately won't be able to finish again today because we could have gone beyond, but everybody thought we would have finished earlier, which hasn't happened, and your council had other commitments, and we need to accommodate that. And another day will be arranged for you to finish one of the evenings. Okay, all right. Let's
Thank you.
continue.
Mr. Singh, back to Eskom Bundle 18, it's Ms. Suleiman's affidavit, 18 bracket B, page 1565.5, paragraph 25.5. Are you there? The booking was requested for Mr. Singh to fly from Johannesburg on 11 June 2015 to Dubai and back to Johannesburg on 15 June 2015. I cannot recall who requested the booking. Mr. Singh was issued with ticket number 9242812055 CSS 17. The total cost was 30,075 rand, which was charged to Mr. Singh's account CSS 18. From my
To
recollection,
Mr. Essa's account, you said Singh,
oh sorry, I beg your pardon.
to Mr. Essa's
To
account.
Mr. Essa's account CSS 18. From my recollection, I received a call from Mr. Singh, who informed me that a driver would be dropping off cash to settle the account. As per Mr. Singh's advice, a driver dropped off the cash on 13 June 2015. I attach here to the receipt issued dated 13 June 2015, CSS 19. The cash was deposited on 17 June 2015 along with other cash on hand, CSS 19.1. Mr. Singh again, do you confirm the trip allegedly requested by yourself from Johannesburg to Dubai and back from Dubai to Johannesburg on the dates mentioned, 11 June 2015 to 15 June 2015?
Mr. Chair, I do confirm.
You confirm the request, making the request for that trip
I do, sir.
with travel excellence?
That is correct.
And
The driver,
No, Mr. Chair.
is it a definite no, or you can't recall sending a
Ma'am,
driver?
Mr. Chair, it's similar to the other.
Okay.
Yes.
okay, there's no recollection.
The last time I think you said you don't recall having sent a driver, but you know that payment came from you.
That is correct.
Okay, okay.
The same as
Yes.
Same as,
the
yeah.
same as here.
I guess unless there is an issue about discrepancy, we can move to the next booking.
Mr. Chair, at, sorry, at 18, SS 18,
Yeah,
which is on 1565.29,
yes,
you find the same discrepancy, Mr. Chair, in terms of the invoice,
yes.
in terms of the airfare and the airport taxes do not add up to the total.
Mr. Singh, can I ask you this? Insofar as you confirm your request, the trips made, the dates are correct, the destinations and back is correct, were you invoiced by Travel Excellence?
From my recollection, yes.
Where are those invoices?
Yeah, I don't have them.
Why?
There are no invoices,
Well, I don't recall it. I don't have record.
but you say you do recall that you were sent invoices,
Yes.
yeah, in regard to some.
Well,
Not
I would
necessarily
have
all.
thought that they, all of them, Mr. Chair, but I don't recall
Yeah,
them
okay,
in detail.
okay. Well, you know, Mr. Selega, maybe Mr. Singh could identify in regard to the next paragraphs, or is it only two left, 2 or 3?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Whether his answer in regard to this one is the same for the rest, because then it was going to be quicker, but if it's only 2 left, then, yeah, we can
Do the same
you
exercise.
can just go through each one of them.
Yes, so does it mean we will not be able to obtain the invoices from you?
No, Mr. Chair.
No. Okay, you can then,
Plus proof of payment,
okay, yes, then.
or receipts from you. You can provide that, but you say to the extent that you may have paid by EFT, that should be reflected in the bank, uh, in the bank records, but you don't have access to those. That's what you say. If the commission is able to get those, you expect that those records would show the payments you took up.
Mr. Chair, we said that we will consult with council and then.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Of course, from the commission side, it can ask for bank records in regard to travel excellence accounts, in terms of what payments were given there,
Yes.
which can be identified, whether they reflect what Ms. Suleiman says here.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, so then we need to go to the Transnet bundle because there's a correlation.
Yeah, that's fine.
Transnet bundle 5, bracket B, page 427. Paragraph 1, 113.7. That is the last paragraph on the page. Page 427, Mr. Singh. This relates to retained trip to Dubai between 11 June 2015 to 15 June 2015. You shared a flight to Dubai with Mr. Ashok Narayan on EK 764. The following individuals were in Dubai during the same period. So Young Jion. Mr. Singh, you said what did you say about Mr. Ashok Narayan? Whether or not you know him?
I said I did not.
You do not. And then there is So Young Jion.
Or should you ask me to confirm each one of these again?
Yeah, whether or not you know.
No, I do not.
Mark Henry, John Paul Verasat,
No, I do not.
Zitulele Nyangana Absalom Sindi,
No, I do not.
Salushni Pillay,
No, I do not.
Arti Gupta,
I do.
you do know. How do you, is it the Mr. or Miss?
It's a Mrs.
Okay. How do you know her?
I think she is the wife to Mr. Rajesh Gupta.
Mr. Rajesh, the next person. Okay, so you know both of them. Zakia Badia,
No, sir.
Salim Aziz Essa.
Yes, sir.
Please pronounce that one, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar
Madan Lal.
Madan, yeah.
No,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Zakaria Kasim Vahid.
No.
Ashok is already there. David Clive Persovich.
No.
Ronika Raghavan
I do.
/ Governor. How do you know her?
Mr. Chair, she was either the CEO or held some position within Oak Bay Resources or Tegeta at some stage. So I had interactions with her.
You have interacted with her.
Yes.
What, you mind telling the chairperson what the purpose was of the interaction?
I was explaining to Chairperson that if it is indeed the same Ms. Raghavan that worked at Tegeta or either Oak Bay, she was, we interacted relating to, I think, the prepayment for 659.
The 659 prepayment,
Yes.
which we will come to when we deal with the together transaction.
Indeed, sir.
Yeah. I see. Then, Chair, we go to Mr. Singh's affidavit on page 482, in the same Transnet Bundle 5, bracket B. 482, paragraph 63, 64, 65.
The page number again, sir? Page number?
482. So your answer is to add paragraph 1.13.7, return trip to Dubai, bracket 11 June 2015 to 15 June 2015. Paragraph 63 says, I confirm that I traveled to return to Dubai on the dates set out above. Now again, according to your earlier explanation, this will be a private trip.
That is correct.
64 says, Mr. Singh, your private trips, I know we haven't asked this, if you're able to tell the chairperson, when they are private, what is it? Is it a holiday you're taking to Dubai? Or is it something you can disclose? It's private and personal.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I would like to believe that they are private and personal.
Okay. 64 says, I have no knowledge whether the individuals listed in this paragraph were in Dubai during the period mentioned, since I have not been provided with any proof thereof. 65 says, lastly, I take note of the allegation that I allegedly shared a flight with Ashok Narayan. I, however, deny that I knew that he was on the same flight. I see that you don't deny knowing him.
Mr. Chair, the 10-6 didn't ask for us to confirm whether we knew these individuals.
Is it because you heard my learned friend whisper that?
Oh, no.
Because you just said that now. You're not allowed to testify.
No, sir, I did not.
Yeah,
You whispered that, Chair.
yes.
Chairperson, it was not to assist my client. I mean, if Mr. Seleka read the notice, he would have clearly seen it doesn't ask, do you know these people or not?
Yes, but I don't think you should interfere.
It was not to interfere, Chairperson,
Yeah.
not at all.
Okay, all right. Let's
Thank you.
continue.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, Chair, I can traverse issues beyond the directive to Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, then, let's go back to,
Oh,
Chair, you don't have any question there.
Are you done with, have you dealt with 22.7?
no, we are still,
You are at 22.6?
no, we are still at, we're just finishing 22.5.
Yeah, let's move on to 22.6 and 22.7 and try and finish that part.
Yes. Mr. Singh, back to Ms. Suleiman's affidavit, paragraph 22.6. Now, a booking was requested by Mr. Singh for Mr. Singh and partner to fly from Johannesburg on 15 December 2015 to Dubai and back to Johannesburg on 24 December 2015. Mr. Singh and his partner were issued with ticket numbers 1691, 663661 and 1691, 663662, respectively CSS20. The total cost of 140,000 Rand was charged to Mr. Sa's account, CSS21. From my recollection, I received a call from Mr. Singh, who informed me that a driver would be dropping off cash to settle the account As per Mr. Singh's advice, the driver dropped off the cash on, I attach here to the receipt issued, dated 21 December 2015. CSS 22. After receipt of the cash, we gave it to a friend of ours who in turn did an EFT for us to the Travel Excellence FNB account in an amount of 140,000 rand on 21 December 2015, CSS 23. We sometimes do this in order to avoid having to pay a cash deposit fee if we deposited the cash at the bank. The same questions follow, Mr. Singh. You confirm your alleged request for yourself and your partner to Travel Excellence for the trip on the dates 15 December 2015 to 24 December 2015.
I do so, sir.
And the places mentioned, from Johannesburg to Dubai and back to Johannesburg.
That is.
The amount, 140,000, do you also confirm it?
Mr. Chair, if we have regard to the amount,
Or subject to the usual concerns that you have raised?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And the
driver?
The way in which payment was made?
Mr. Chair, as before,
Yeah,
I
you
do
can-
confirm that I have made the payment.
Yeah, okay.
You can't recall how you made the payment?
That's correct. I confirm that the payment was made by me, not
Yes.
Mr.
So you confirm that you made the point payment. What you can't confirm is whether it was cash
Yes.
or EFT.
Or driver.
Yeah. Or a driver, did you say? Or a driver?
Yes, Mr. As
Okay.
before. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. There is again, in this case, a correlation in the directive, in the Eskom Transnet Bundle 5, bracket B, page 428.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Before we go there, are we going to deal with the discrepancies on the
The invoice.
yes.
Well, I understood you to be saying, as far as the invoice is concerned, subject to your concern that you have expressed in regard to other bookings about the discrepancy, you had no problem with the amount. I understood you to be saying that. Was I wrong?
No, I'm just saying that the amount in this case is relatively large.
Is it relatively?
large.
Oh, okay. Let's deal with that. Okay, what would you like to say about it?
Mr. Chair, if you go again to 1565.32,
Yes.
as you will see, as we raised before, Mr. Chair, the airport tax, the airfares seem to be correct when cross-referenced to the serendipity invoice, which is reflected on 1565.33. But the airport taxes are completely misrepresented. And if you then look, Mr. Chair, the total of the serendipity invoice is in the region of about 95,500. Yet the amount that's then on the invoice is 140,000. So, Mr. Chair, these discrepancies are rather large.
Yeah, yeah.
And even if I was generous, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't be paying such large discrepancies.
Yes. Yes.
And Mr. Chair, lastly, again, if you add up all these numbers that appear on this tax invoice, they actually do not come to 140,000. They actually come to 146,560. 144,560.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
They gave you a discount.
Sorry?
Did they give you a discount?
Well, it seems like I was overcharged firstly, and then they decided to give me a discount.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Mr. Silaga?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And I also see that it's not, the tax invoice doesn't only include flight tickets, it also includes what appears to be Dubai visas ×2, multiple entry. And then the ticketing fee.
That is correct.
There's a correlation again, Chair. So, Mr. Singh, how would you receive invoices from Travel Excellence?
I think, Mr. Chair, it was on WhatsApp or some sort of communication.
On WhatsApp?
Yes.
Or?
I would think it's WhatsApp. I don't think, at that time I didn't really maintain an email address or private email address, but I think it would have been on WhatsApp.
I thought the CFO would be fastidious about these things.
Well, as it relates to my own personal stuff, I'm a bit sloppy.
Okay, what page, Mr. Sleka?
Page, Transnet, 5, bracket B, page 428.
That's Transnet Bundle 5. Bracket.
Yes. 113.8.
Yeah.
You are there, Mr. Singh? It relates to a trip to Dubai between 15 December 2015 and 24 December 2015. That corresponds with paragraph 22.6 in Ms. Suleiman's affidavit. The following individuals were in Dubai during the same period. Mark Henry, those difficult names, Henry John Paul Ferrasat, Zenia Verbeek. Do you know that person, Mr. Singh?
No, I do not know either one of these.
Hamza Faruqi, I've already asked you. Suyang Dion, Ashok Narayan, Aidan Essa.
No.
You don't know that. Seems to be related to Mr. Essa.
I would assume so.
Zinat Osmani, do you know?
No.
Surya Kent Singala,
No.
Arti Gupta, you know? Shubhangi Gupta?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Aman Kant Singala?
No.
Shashank Zingala?
No.
Duduzane Zuma?
No.
Duduzane Zuma?
No.
You don't know Mr. Duduzane Zuma?
I know of him.
Oh. You've never met him?
No.
Muhammad Rafiq
No.
Vargas? Rajesh Kumar Gupta?
No.
Yes.
No. Oh, sorry, yes.
Yes. Edward Muzi Wokolo Zuma?
No.
Jan Hendrik Christian Small?
No.
Sipati Sylvia Dlamini?
No.
Tabo Sylvester Johnson?
No.
Shamim Sheikh?
No.
Michael Rodenberg?
No.
Tokyo Sehwala?
No.
You don't know Mr. Tokyo Sehwala?
No, sir. I know of him, but I don't know him.
Tokyo Musima Gabriel Sehwala. Ja, Anaha Wolfgang de Kok?
No, sir.
Zakia Vauda?
No, sir.
Fana Flongwani?
No, sir.
Kolisa Kennedy Mimani?
No, sir.
Tato Motwe Mahashule? Your answer?
No.
No. The piece of gift Mahashule?
No, sir.
David Clive
No, sir.
Daskovich?
No, sir.
Timothy Neil Jacobs?
No, sir.
Ayanda Dlodlo?
No, sir.
Mabri Kanyo Imogon Mashazi?
No.
Zakaria Kasim Vahid?
No.
Paul Sean O'Flaherty?
Not too sure if I mean, if it is the ex-CFO of Eskom,
Yes.
I may have met him once or twice in CFO forums that for SOCs. So I don't really recall, but if I did, I did in that circumstance.
David Douglas Des van Rooyen?
No, sir.
You know of him?
I know of him, but I don't know.
Yeah. Prosper Ladislas Adbesi?
No, sir.
Mohammed Nurat Kabdi?
No.
You know of him?
Mr. Mohammed Noor Kapadi?
Yeah.
No.
Kuben Taran Moodley?
Kubendran Mudli?
Yes.
No, sir. I know of him.
You know of him?
Yes.
How do you know of him?
Sorry, sir?
How do you know of him?
Because of all the articles that have been written, but I don't have a relationship.
Yes, no, that's fine. But I just want to know, how do you know of him?
Because of the media articles.
To what effect?
In terms of the allegations relating to his involvement in regiments.
His involvement in regiments.
The allegations relating to regiments and the, I don't know what you want to call them, the alleged relationship that he has with regiments.
You've never met him through regiments.
No, sir.
Ashu Chawla?
No, sir. I may have met Mr. Ashu at the Gupta residence, but that would be limited to that.
Yeah. So you have been...
No, Mr. Salega, Mr. Singh, if necessary, can do a supplementary affidavit to say which ones of these people he knows, which ones he doesn't.
Okay.
So maybe you can devote your questioning to more substantive things.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, but can I follow up on this question, Chair,
Yeah.
which I just had? Mr. Singh, you said you might or may have met him at the Gupta residence.
Yes,
Is that in Saxonwold?
Yes.
So you have been there
yes.
a couple of times?
As I've testified to the commission already.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't hear the answer.
I said, as I've testified to the commission already, Mr. Chair.
Well, he asked a few times or a number of
A
times.
couple of times?
A couple of times.
Oh, now you're asking me to remember my response that I gave 3 or 4 weeks ago.
No, he's not asking about the response you gave. He says, you said you may have met him at the Gupta residence. So then he asked, oh, you have been there? I think you said yes.
Yes.
Then he said a couple of times. And what's your answer to that?
Well, if you're defining a couple as 2,
Yeah,
then no, Mr. Chair, it was definitely more than that.
it was more than that.
Yeah.
Okay. And what estimate would you give
Mr. Chair, I think when we
over the whole period?
traversed this the last time, I think we spoke
6
about,
or 8 or 10? No, I think you said not more than 10.
I think it was between 10 and 12.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Now I remember. Yeah. No. I'd forgotten that you did actually talk about how many times.
But I wasn't. Was I here? I wasn't here.
Or was it on Transnet?
It was on transit.
Oh, yes, it was on Transnet, yeah. So I'm sorry, Mr. Slega, we're talking about Transnet when you were not involved in Transnet.
Well, in all fairness, Mr. Chair, you all are also talking about Eskom and Transnet.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
So-
yeah, so he said under the Transnet work stream, he had been to the Gupta residence. Either he said not more than 10 times or maybe around 10, 12 times.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. So I won't read the rest of the names, Mr. Singh. If we need to do a supplementary affidavit, we can do so. But I'll be in touch with your legal team. Then your affidavit is on page 482. At the bottom of the page, paragraph 66.
Oh, sorry.
That's the page
Swapping
again.
files when I'm not.
482.
482.
Yes.
The last
The
paragraph.
bottom of the page, paragraph 66. So it's an answer to paragraph 113.8, return trip to Dubai, 15 December 2015 to 24 December 2015. Mr. Singh says, I confirm that I traveled to return to Dubai on the date set out above. Mr. Singh, then again it would be for private purpose.
That is correct.
And then the next page is, I have no knowledge whether the individuals listed in this paragraph were in Dubai during the period mentioned, since I have not been provided with any proof thereof. Should we read into that, Mr. Singh, that you didn't meet with them in Dubai?
No, sir. I confirm I did not meet with any of these individuals.
Sorry, I can't hear.
I did not meet with any of these individuals.
So even in those occasions where Mr. Salim Essa is said to have been in Dubai at the same time, should we read your answer to that, where you say you have no knowledge whether they were present there, to mean that you did not meet with them as well?
That is correct.
Chairperson, I think we've reached the end of it. Paragraph 20. Well, that was 22.7.
Yeah. Well, wasn't that, were you were still on 22.6?
Yeah, we get into
You still have
22.
22.7.
That's correct. Yes. That's Ms. Suleiman's affidavit, Mr. Singh. Sorry to have to jump between the two files. Page 1565.6, paragraph 22.7 reads, a booking was requested for Mr. Singh to fly from Johannesburg to Dubai on 24 February 2017 and back on 27 February 2017. I cannot recall who made this request. Mr. Singh was issued with ticket number 9150537622 CSS 24. We further also booked a ticket for Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta, Mr. R. Gupta in brackets, for this flight, together with visas for Mr. Varun Gupta and Mr. Siryakant Singala. The invoice was addressed to Mr. R. Gupta and was charged to account number C000349, which was the account belonging to Sahara Computers, the Gupta-owned entity. The total amount invoiced was 134,560 rand. CSS 25. To the best of my recollection, I received a call from Ashu Chawla, who was our contact person at Sahara Computers, who informed me that a driver would be dropping off the money in cash. This indeed took place, seeing as a driver dropped off 170,000 rand in cash shortly thereafter. The difference would have been for settlement of outstanding fees on their account, CSS 26. This cash was again given to a friend, who in turn made an EFT payment to our Travel Excellence FNB account, CSS 27. For completeness, I'll read. In the past, we had frequently assisted the Guptas with booking flights for themselves or for other parties on the request of either the Guptas or Mr. Essa. Then 22.9, it is common for our clients to pay cash for their bookings. Both Mr. Essa and Mr. Singh frequently sent their drivers to deliver cash for their bookings. Mr. Singh, back to 22.7, do you confirm the trip from Johannesburg to Dubai on 24 February 2017 to 27 February 2017?
I do, sir.
You do? At your request again,
Yes,
with Travel Excellence
that is
and for private purpose.
that's
Your, the payment, they say it was made by Sahara Computers. Well, do you make the payment yourself?
I did, sir.
You did. Do you think this payment as alleged?
No, sir.
Do you know whether, were you aware that Mr. Rajesh Gupta, together with Mr. Varun Gupta and Mr. Singala, were also booked on the same flight?
Mr. Chair, I don't think she's saying that they were booked on the same flight. I think she's just saying that visas were arranged.
She says for this flight. We further also booked a ticket for Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta for this flight, together with visas for Mr. Varun Gupta and Mr. Singala. Yeah, well, maybe we should then just confine ourselves to Mr. Rajesh Gupta.
Mr. Chair, I was not, I do not recall Mr. Gupta being on the flight. I don't recall seeing him.
On that flight.
Yes.
Do you recall how much you paid?
Mr. Chair, this is going to be an interesting one. Let's go to the document.
Well, I don't think she says you paid, because she says Sahara Computers made the payment. And that was a cash payment dropped off by a driver. But she seems to suggest that the payment for yourself and Mr. Rajesh Gupta for the flights, and then on the other hand for the visas for the two other gentlemen, was a collective payment made by Sahara Computers.
I think that's what she's
Yes,
she's saying.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, if we go to the documents at 1565.37, this is next year SS25.
And just repeat that, Mr. Singh, please.
1565.37.
1565.37.
That is correct.
Okay.
And we will also reference 1565.36.
Yeah, okay, I'm there. What points did you wish to make about?
Mr. Chair, I think, firstly, if we, so Mr. Chair, I have no recollection of this arrangement in terms of Sahara paying for my trip. There was no such arrangement that I recall. So as I've stated, I paid for my trip. So if you look at the the travel excellence invoice, which is at 1565.37, it is made out to Rajesh Kumar Gupta, and it reflects me as a passenger, which correlates to the tax invoice, which is basically from Serendipity on 1565.36. But what is interesting is that if this invoice relates to the Serendipity invoice, we should have the same configuration of the Serendipity invoice as it was the case with my partner when we traveled. And the configuration was that her name was on top, my name was at the bottom. So it was one booking with one ticket. I mean, two tickets, but one booking. Now you find that in this case, Mr. Gupta is not reflected on the Serendipity, which I can only assume that he then made his own arrangement. And there's another invoice, which is obviously not provided by either Serendipity or Travel Excellence. So that's the first point. Then if you look at the SS26, which is on 1565.38.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, on Ms. On Ms. Solomon's version, he agrees that is Sahara that paid. She received the cash from Mr. Chawla. Yet but the receipt is made out to Mr. Singh. So I don't understand. If in anything, Mr. Chair, that should have been made out to either Sahara Computers or in the name of Mr. Rajesh Kumar.
Thank you. There is a correlation again, Chairperson, in Transnet.
Yes.
Bundle 5, bracket B, page 428, Mr. Singh, paragraph 1, 113.9. Paragraph 1,
Sorry, you actually, wait.
428.
What's the paragraph?
113.9, 1.13.9.
Oh,
The second last paragraph. Return trip to Dubai between 24 February 2017 and 27 February 2017. That's one. And then the second part of it, you shared both flights to and from Dubai with Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta on flights EK762 and EK761. You have said you were not aware of him
No, sir.
on that flight. Your response to this is on page 483 of the same Transnet, bundle 5, bracket B.
or 83.
483, paragraph 68, 60, 69, and 70. It's an answer to paragraph 1.13.9, return trip to Dubai, 24 February 2017 to 27 February 2017. Paragraph 68 reads, the content of this paragraph is denied. I specifically deny the allegation that I traveled, returned to Dubai between 24 February 2017 to 27 February 2017. Okay, Mr. Singh, I'm not appreciating yet your denial, so you will help me understand, because
So in terms of the content of the,
Let him finish, Mr. Singh.
because the allegation in Ms. Suleiman's affidavit, paragraph 22.7, I thought is to the same effect of your, it's not.
not technically.
Okay. You can explain the difference, because you admit Ms. Suleiman's allegation.
So if you look, Mr. Chair, at 428, I'm on the right page, right? 428.
428, yes.
Yes.
1.13.9.
Yes. If you look at 428, Mr. Chair, 1.13.9, it says, according to the 10.6 notice, return trip to Dubai between these dates, 24 and 27.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, in actual fact, again, as in the case of Hong Kong, I was transiting through Dubai. So the actual flight destination was actually South Africa, Dubai, Delhi. So the 10.6 refers to a return trip to Dubai. It was not a return trip to Dubai, it was a return trip to Delhi.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
what we deny.
Yeah. Can you compare this with Ms. Suleiman's paragraph 22.7? Because I know you accept that one, you admit that one. I just need to understand what is the difference between the two. Because she also says a booking was requested for Mr. Singh to fly from Johannesburg to Dubai on 24 February 2017 and back on 27 February 2017. I cannot recall who made this request. Mr. Singh was issued with the ticket. So that part, you have said that it is correct. And I thought it's the same as,
Okay, maybe I should have then said, it's not technically correct, because the serendipity ticket does refer to Delhi. If I can get, I think it's 1565 point, SS 18, I think.
you want the ticket SS24.
SS 24,
It's on page 1565.36.
yes. And you'll see there, Mr. Chair, it basically says Joburg, Dubai, Delhi, Joburg, Dubai, Joburg. So maybe I should have also, when you led paragraph 22.7.
So are you saying the omission of Delhi is what you are trying to correct?
Well, let's understand. When you led 22.7, you asked me if I agree that the tickets were issued.
No, that there was a trip on those dates, 24 to 27 February, from Johannesburg to Dubai and back from Dubai to Johannesburg.
Okay, so maybe I should have said technically it was actually to include Delhi as well.
Oh, so it's correct. What is it? It's correct, save that you need to add Delhi to it.
Delhi, which is a link.
Okay. But is it the same as the 10.6 directive?
The reason why we denied the 10th directive was because we thought they were specifically referring to flights that only happen between, it says return trip from Dubai to, between these dates with the return trip. So we actually said, no, it's not a return trip from Dubai only. It also included a leg to Delhi. And we make the point that we actually didn't spend any time in Dubai. It was in transit.
Well, Chair, I suppose insofar as the qualification is made in regard to Ms. Suleiman's affidavit, to add Delhi, accept the rest, but you need to add Delhi. I think nothing further turns on that.
No.
It's just the issue of payment, of course, which is the one lingering issue.
Throughout all of it.
In the sense that she says there was a global payment of 170,000 from Sahara Computers. You say you paid for yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. And then whether you were with Mr. Rajesh Gupta on the flight, you say. What do you say? You are not aware of that, or you deny that?
I did not see him on the flight.
Or you didn't see him? The person that is on the travel, can you recall how did you pay for this flight, Mr. Singh, for this trip?
Well, Mr. Chair, if you look at the amount, it's around 60,000. I would assume it was in and around that amount.
Raise your voice a bit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm saying if we have reference to the serendipity invoice, it was around 60,000, so I assume it would be in that region.
Okay.
Yes, but how did you pay? Can you recall? Or you would rather drop off cash, EFT?
I'll be speculating that.
Okay. Now, Mr. Singh, looking at this evidence or affidavit of Ms. Suleiman, that it was Mr. Salim Essa who introduced you to them. You say you can't recall. And
No, I think he didn't say he didn't recall, he denied it.
Denied.
oh, you denied it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that will make me ask you a different question. Chair, I see the time 544.
Yes, well, let me ask this question.
Yes.
Have you noted, Mr. Singh, that in her affidavit about these bookings, Ms. Suleiman sometimes says you made the request for the booking. On other times, she says she can't recall who made the request. You note that?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes she says you made payment by way of arranging for a driver to drop off cash. You have noted that.
Yes.
And sometimes she says Mr. Essa made payment to settle your account. Maybe it is once, I don't know whether it's more than once, but sometimes she says so. You recall that?
Yes.
She says, I think all the time, these bookings, they linked them to Mr. Salim Essa's account for the reason that she gave, that they regarded him as the guarantor in courts. Now, you are not suggesting, are you, that where she says Mr. Salim Essa made the payment in regard to your account, your bookings, or trips, that she is deliberately and falsely getting Mr. Essa to be involved in regard to your trips, but you are saying she may be mistaken, or are you saying no, she is just fabricating? Or are you saying no, I'm not saying she's fabricating, I think she's genuinely mistaken?
Mr. Chair, in terms of the overall concluding remarks that I wanted to start with,
Yes.
you would see that the discrepancies that I've highlighted throughout all of this indicates that maybe travel excellences, accounting records, their books of account and the like is not exactly 100%. Which may lead one to conclude that it's a fabrication in terms of the documents that we've now seen. Because there is one document that I recall now, Mr. Chair, that I would just like to highlight. Just one point. And then I will move on, Mr. Chair, which is, it may be a small thing, but it's, to me, it's a significant matter. If you look at 1565.37, which is the invoice that relates to Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta, which is the last invoice for 134,560. You will notice, Mr. Chair, in the center of the invoice at the bottom, there's a date of 28 November 2018, which is a day before the commissioning of this affidavit. So, again, Mr. Chair, as you said before, we don't know the relevance of this date, but it begs the question, when was this invoice generated? And on what basis and how? So, on one end, Mr. Chair, if I had to give the benefit of the doubt to Ms. Suleiman, I would say this is just very bad accounting and record keeping and admin. And if that is the case, then, Mr. Chair, if you look at the theme, it may be that she, because on her version she allocated me to Mr. S's account, then the receipts that she got, she issued receipts with reference to Mr. Essa. So that could be one version or explanation.
Yeah.
And then on the extreme side, you could then say, given this pervasiveness of this discrepancies, it could be that it's a fabrication. Because, as I said before, Mr. Chair, it is convenient for a bank statement to reflect 170,000, then for you to say, I received 170,000 in cash, and then you have an invoice that has significant discrepancies that add up to 170,000.
Yeah.
And your source documents don't tie up to that.
Yeah.
So that is the summary I would make, Mr. Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. We need to stop because your counsel needs to go, and we did agree that we've got to stop. But I just want to say that it will be let me put it this way. To the extent that you made payments to Travel Excellence, you would have made those payments, if it was EFT or other than cash, you would have made those payments to whatever account number they would have given you. Is that right?
I would think so. Yes.
Yeah, yes. And if it was cash, you would have given them cash and they would have deposited
Yes.
themselves to whatever account. Okay. So I think that the legal team and the investigation team need to make arrangements for travel agents, Travel Excellence bank accounts to check whether they were payments from Mr. Singh in regard to any of these, so that if there is proof that payments were made, we can know payments were made from his account. Obviously, those that may have been for cash, that's different. But we must establish which ones, if any, reflect payments that were made through EFT or whatever. Okay.
Yes, Chair.
All right. I think we must stop here.
Yes.
Then maybe on the day when Mr. Singh comes back, to the extent that there's something to wrap up
Yes.
on this, we will wrap up and then move on.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much to everybody. We are going to adjourn for the day. For the benefit of the public, tomorrow I'm hearing the evidence of Mr. Gwede Mantashe testifying on behalf of the ANC in regard to parliamentary oversight and the issue of deployment and other matters. But basically, it will be about parliamentary oversight and deployment, because the president will, towards the end of the month, testify in relation to the ANC as well. We adjourn.